Okay, back. So 21 minutes on the whatchamacallit. Timer on the oven. Hold on. Nyako! Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. What y'all up to? Democracy 2? Just chatting? Oh, are you chatting about it tonight? How's it going? How's it going? We just got done with a little bit of Hell Raiders. Hell, Hell, Hell Divers too. I'm sorry. Ah, we went to go put it in the pizza. Switched to YouTube for a little while. So turnip game? Oh, what was the turnip game? How'd like the Hell Divers go? What was the turnip game? Helldivers did, yeah, fun. It was very fun. Also, sorry about the ad going on and whatnot, but yes. Welcome in and thank you for handling um the shout out stuff. Where's my browser source? Okay, so while we're waiting on the one thing, we still well fuck, let's
On it.
it's exactly 20 minutes. Why did it end
This is
instantly?
actually like a really kind of a big story. That's I mean, at least I don't know. You say real big
Anyways,
story. Like I
just
mean, this is my opinion of like what a big story is.
um
But
my mind still
so
is
Sweet
thinking.
Baby
I'm
Incorporated.
good.
This is the,
Waiting on pizza.
in my
You too.
opinion, I think that
Ah, welcome in,
water. I
Pizza
know, yeah. Well,
Dagadu-san.
I've said before, right?
Welcome in, how are
If
you
I'm ever drinking
doing?
water, you know I'm down
Thank you for
bad.
the
I got
follow.
maybe 2 hours of
To
sleep.
those
Okay.
that are new
So
here, I am
yes. Anyway,
Lilimoetsky.
let's get back over to
Box on the
this.
screen.
Sweet Baby
I would do a
Employee.
bit of
So Sweet Baby
ASMR, just
Incorporated.
chatting
This
content,
is the.
indie
Let me see if
games,
I can.
and
Can I find
we are
this the
celebrating our
Twitter
2-year
page here?
anniversary, and
Yeah.
we're
Let me see if I can find it.
taking a gaming break
So
9
working
hours
at
into
Sweet
today's
Baby
stream,
Incorporated. This is a
and
basically, in my opinion, and this might be a
how's
very
the Lily? I'm doing
unpopular
pretty good. I'm doing
opinion,
okay.
but I
Got
feel
a
like this
pizza with
company
some
is
fresh
being
cut
used as a
mushrooms
boogeyman.
cooking in the
And
oven right
people
now.
view this
So we're
company,
taking
it's
food
kind of like the
break
World Economic Forum
and
on a smaller
YouTube.
scale,
Bit of
where like
YouTube
I don't
going
think
on.
the World Economic Forum is,
So I
actually
had
the
this like one video
Illuminati
up
in
because
plain
sometimes I'll
sight,
like listen
and
to
they're not
Asmongold
actually trying to like,
and
kill
not even
everybody
like
and
do
do
like
all these
introspective
things.
on like what
They're
he's
kind
talking
of
about and
like a
stuff.
representation that people can
But yeah, we go
see,
back and
and
forth,
because
back and
people
forth.
see
So
this example of it, then they latch
welcome in,
onto
welcome
it,
in,
and
welcome
they're
in. How
like,
are you doing
these
tonight? How's the
are
weekend going?
the
How's the start of
core
the weekend
people that
going?
are causing all of our problems. I understand, I totally understand the problem that people have with this, but I don't think that these people are the only symptom of that. Now, obviously, I disagree with like what their kind of like their goals are. I disagree with these because I find them to be antithetical to the nature of what art is. But of course, obviously, art is decided by the artist. I think the issue is whenever people feel like they have to do this instead. So anyway, yes, these are an easy target, and these are people that are working at the company. And basically, this happened, I think, 2 days ago. I didn't cover it then because I just didn't really think it was that big of a deal. But now it's definitely worth talking about. What ended up happening is that there is a Steam group, and there is a person who is looking for any game that used Sweet Baby Incorporated as a consultancy, and they wanted to put that in like some sort of review, so anybody who goes into playing this game knows that, basically the people that made this game uh like consulted this, like inclusion agency to try to tone down any
Hmm.
sort of things that could be issues. It's basically like a like, like on cigarettes where it says like this will give you lung
Yeah, we'll
cancer.
try to
It's like
figure out
a
the
it's a warning label.
audio
It's
later,
really
you
simple.
guys,
And obviously, big
in
surprise, the
the
employees
one
that work at
thing
that company are not
right
happy about that.
now.
So what they're trying to do is they're
Okay,
trying to
so 20-ish
look and
something
get
minutes.
somebody who
There's other things I could be
get
doing or
all of
should be
their
doing, like
followers to come
um
together
we could look at
and
the wheel spin
basically
counts.
like
squats,
come
stuff like
together
that. But
and like
we will.
but fuck, sorry, got 2 hours of sleep, so you know it's a bit hard for
I
me.
feel that.
Come together and mass
We'll enjoy
report.
watching this
Come
a little
together
bit.
and
We'll have
mass
some
report
food.
and
I just do YouTube for a
ban
little while
the
tonight.
people that are running
Tonight
this
we'll
different
probably go a
page
couple of
to
hours.
silence the people that are trying to hold
But
them.
we might
like,
just take a
and
break
I don't even
tonight.
understand the logic in this either. It's like if people disagree with what you're doing, like
take a
isn't
break
that their right to
on
disagree with it?
Saturday.
I mean, if people think, yeah, I don't want to play
Probably go
this
hang out
game
with people and stuff
because,
like that.
you know, I feel like it doesn't have
Relax,
an authentic
loosen up a
sense
little
of
bit,
art
and then
because
be
it's
back
being,
on that
you know,
Sunday
decided
night,
by people
Sunday,
that aren't even making the content.
whenever that happens to be.
Yeah, I
But
think so.
we're going to have fun
I
until
think that's
then.
pretty reasonable, and it's also like
And
not that
we'll
they're
figure
calling for
stuff
harassment
out
or anything else. But let's read the post, and
for
this is a
the
post written
second
by
week,
an
the
employee
official
of
start
Sweet
of the
Baby.
second week.
The Steam curator harassment group Sweet Baby Incorporated detected, and so that's where it is led by this person, Krampus Rambo. Here's them trying to be slick so they don't get reported. Even with the discriminatory language filed off, the group itself still fails the code of conduct. So it fails the code of conduct. Well, let's go ahead and let's read what is cited here and see if it actually, okay, this person clearly made their tweets private because people disagreed with them. Yeah, that's what happens. This is really what the problem is here, is that you know, these people have no problem privating their own narrative. They have no problem privating their own Twitter whenever they're receiving negative feedback or they're getting criticized or whatever, and whenever people aren't okay with their narrative. But whenever other people aren't okay, whenever people disagree with their narrative, they immediately put themselves on protected mode and they exercise discretion in what they want to see. But they don't offer that same ability for other people if they want to do that through a Steam page. You understand how this is effectively the same thing. Like, is you're allowing people to censor content, and I am a big advocate of self-censorship. I am a big advocate of it. I think that if you don't want to see something, you shouldn't have to see it. So I think that it's very problematic that this person is going to put out an opinion and then protect their account whenever effectively these other people want to protect their account by avoiding other opinions. They're literally doing the same thing.
Wait, I'm sorry, guys. I'm so dumb. We watched this. I think. I'm pretty sure. That's why it was already at the thing.
You're in a heated argument.
My name's Aaron Ralston.
I stood up 13 minutes in the
My parents
pizza.
are down on Larry Ralston of Englewood, Colorado.
How's everybody doing though? Especially if you're coming up here, Nakas and whatnot. You got any weekend plans, you
That was
all?
the beginning of a video that Aaron Ralston
Doing
recorded of
anything for
himself as
Saturday,
he accepted
Sunday?
his fate to
You going
die
out anywhere?
alone in the
Doing
desert
anything
canyons of
crazy?
Utah.
Just taking
What
it
happens
easy.
after this clip is a mystery, since it is the only portion of the video made available to the public. The rest of the tape kept hidden under lock and key in a safety deposit box deep in the vaults of a bank. What happened to Aaron that brought him to such a breaking point? And why was he out there all alone, where no one could find him?
This is gonna be a mystery. Do I have that? Oh, if there's a sponsor, I'll probably not catch
It all
it in
started
this
when
video.
Aaron was only 9 years old, when he read about an incident on Mount Everest. There, 8 mountaineers lost their lives in the middle of a storm while attempting
Is
to
the thing
scale the
turned on?
mountain.
Yeah.
Aaron found himself wondering what he would do in such a situation, and became interested in climbing himself. Of course, at the time, Aaron had no idea where his passion would lead him to be trapped in an absolute nightmare. In the nightmare that is staying safe on the internet, many of us have probably felt trapped into accepting that private personal information like your email address, home address, and phone number is available to whoever wants it without you knowing, let alone your consent. But now, thanks to this video's sponsor, Aura, we have a painless solution. Ever stumbled upon your own private details online where they shouldn't be? In today's world, data is a valuable asset, and data brokers trade your info with those pesky robocallers and spammers.
Oh, good catch.
They're legally required. 1997. Subscription at aura.com. Majored in mechanical engineering and French. Then took a job at Intel.
That must be a new
Throughout his
sponsor.
career and moves through Phoenix, Tacoma, and Albuquerque, he kept his love of rock climbing and even volunteered with a local search and rescue team. But as time went on, Aaron realized that he wanted to pursue his passions full time. In 2002, Aaron took the leap. As a first step, he moved to Aspen, Colorado, and took a job at a local retail store, Ute Mountaineering. He had a new goal: climb all of Colorado's 14ers, the 59 mountains in Colorado that are 14,000 feet or taller. Specifically, Aaron hoped to claim the unprecedented achievement of climbing all the 14ers both on his own and in winter. And as an extra accomplishment, he also reached the summit of 20,320-foot Mount McKinley, now known as Denali, by June of that year. Surprisingly, it wasn't during this dangerous expedition that Aaron had his first brush with death. It was months later when Aaron planned a backcountry skiing trip on central Colorado's Resolution Peaks in February 2003. He guided 2 friends down the mountainside into a bowl, a broad open region on a slope without many trees. While this topographic feature is quite scenic, the bowl's shape can accumulate significant amounts of snow.
Aaron?
While the 3 were gathered in a cluster of trees for a moment, a quiet
wait,
whoomp
what?
sounded out. The underwhelming
Aaron, are you
sound was
talking
no
to
amusing
yourself,
noise,
sweetie?
however, but the unassuming ignition of a terrifying avalanche that swept them hundreds of feet down the mountain. Aaron was buried up to his neck, and one of his friends was buried completely.
Yes,
The remaining
Aaron.
friend dug Aaron out. Then
Bolad,
together, the
how
two
are you
managed to
doing?
rescue
Welcome
their friend
in.
from under the snow. In
Aaron
Aaron's
done
own
missed.
words, they shouldn't have survived, but they did, even if their friendship didn't.
Aw.
He had been the one to lead the 3 out there, after all. After a brush with their own
guess.
mortality, some would have retired from the adventuring career,
But
or
not
at least
him.
taken a break from it. But in a mere 3 weeks, Aaron was already off on another trip. He had been planning a mountaineering expedition with some friends, but when it was called off, Aaron decided to make a last-minute trip instead. A spontaneous decision he would soon come to regret. Normally, Aaron didn't go anywhere without letting his roommates know exactly where he was
Can't
going,
believe it.
and left a detailed schedule and itinerary behind, just in case.
What's Bolad
But
up
this
to?
trip
What's
was so
Ashley up
last
to?
minute
What's
that
Aaron?
Aaron
What's all
didn't
of the
have any plans
cuties?
beyond the
What's
one
everybody
word
in
he left
chat?
behind. Utah.
Fluffy or not? What are y'all up
Aaron's
to?
impromptu trip was a 5-day journey, during which he decided to travel through the Blue John and Horseshoe Canyons. Once he arrived, he decided to hit Blue John Canyon first.
Blue
Once he got there,
John.
he locked up his bike and started to head in. On his way, Aaron
Oh,
ran
you're
into
just
2
waking
women,
up?
and the 3 got to talking.
Interesting.
They became instant friends, and the 2 invited
Is this
Aaron
like
along
normal
to have
wake
lunch
up?
with them.
Oh.
Had he said yes, things may have ended very differently.
I'm getting
But
close
Aaron
to that
had other
kind of weird
plans.
time.
He wanted to get into the
I
canyon.
think I got up at like, what
As
was it,
Aaron
7
climbed
o'clock
down
today?
the claustrophobic walls of the canyon, he came to a
No,
chopstone,
6.
a fancy word meaning a rock wedged in a vertical
Getting
rift
there, though.
that he could step onto and then
Oh.
drop onto the ledge beneath.
Yeah, mine's kind of
Aaron
messed
kicked it
up
to see
right
if
now.
it would hold his weight.
But no
And
worries,
when he
waking
was
up
satisfied
right
it
before
would,
noon.
He climbed onto it and dangled down.
Oh no.
Then he felt it.
Yeah.
Rock scraping against rock, otherwise known as trouble. He dropped down, and when he looked up, he could only see the bus tire-sized stone he had just been dangling from tumbling towards him.
Oh
He
no.
couldn't move back thanks to a
It
small
was at
ledge
this
behind
moment
him,
that he knew.
but there was no way
He
to
fucked
avoid
up.
what was coming next. The rock struck his left hand, but he was able to pull it away before he was too severely injured. But then it bounced and smashed into his right hand, pinning it against the canyon wall. The rock pulled it down another foot, crushing it between a rock and a hard place. Quite literally, Aaron was trapped.
Oh no.
Earlier in his life, Aaron had found inspiration in the John Krakauer books. Into the Wild was the story of Chris McCandless's life and tragic death, living alone in the wilderness of Alaska without money or any connection to the outside world. And Into Thin Air, a retelling of the 1996 Everest disaster that Krakauer himself was a part of. Aaron enjoyed the thought of living out of the back of a truck in the wilderness and wondered what he could do in such life-threatening situations. And now, Aaron would find out. His curiosity had become a horrifying reality. There, in the canyon, Aaron was stuck facing the rock that
There
held
goes
his
his
arm in
hand.
place. He was stuck between 2 jagged canyon walls, feet firmly planted on the ground. And to make matters worse, he was alone. No one knew where he was, and he was panicking. First, Aaron tried to lift the boulder off of his hand, but it wouldn't budge. Then, the realization that he was thirsty set in.
Oh
But
no.
Aaron's water pouch was already empty, and his other water bottle was in his backpack. The backpack that was currently slung over both his shoulders. Getting the strap off his left arm was easy enough, but his right arm proved to be more of a struggle. Obviously, getting it past the boulder wasn't an option, so he loosened the strap enough that he could fit it over his entire body, then shifted through it with some awkward maneuvering. But after a short time, he'd done it. he had claimed his prize and got a taste of fresh water,
Hmm.
then immediately drank a third of his water supply. Aaron managed to catch himself before it was too late and realized he had to calm down if he was going to make it through his ordeal. After taking a moment to inspect his situation, Aaron realized that he couldn't feel his right hand and that, from what he could see, it was already sickly gray. And if that weren't bad enough, his inventory wasn't exactly a wish list for someone trapped in a survival situation. In addition to the water in his bottle, he had some food, a CD player, some CDs, AA batteries, a camcorder, a digital camera, a headlamp, a multi-tool, some climbing rope, a harness, and some rappelling equipment. But at least he had something to drink. Without water, average survival time in his conditions is somewhere between 2 and 3 days, though that can drop as low as half a day for someone exerting themselves. Next, Aaron had to take inventory of his thoughts. His brain was racing with ways to escape. Some he discarded out of hand, like breaking open the AA batteries and using the acid to melt the boulder, but not his hand. Others he organized in order of preference. First, he could try to excavate the rock around his hand using his multi-tool. Second, he could try and rig ropes above him to lift the rock. Third, he could cut off his arm. He chose to start with option number 1.
Understandable.
For 5 long hours, Aaron cut at the rock with the longer of the 2 knives in his multi-tool. But it wasn't working. Without a pick, he couldn't break the rock, and it was becoming clear that without a rigging system, his dreams of lifting the rock just weren't possible. You're gonna have to cut your arm off. But I don't want to cut my arm off. Aaron, you're gonna have to cut your arm off. Aaron stopped after he realized he was now arguing with himself, then continued cutting away at the rock despite it all.
Oh no.
Hours stretched on. Day turned to night, and around midnight, Aaron found himself unable to sleep, but decided he at least needed a way to sit down in order to conserve his energy. So, Aaron climbed into his harness, then attached a rope to a carabiner, which he threw up at the rock face in the hopes of getting
I
it to
know
catch
dulling
on
your
something.
blade is not a good start,
After
is
a
it?
dozen failed throws, it finally found a purchase, giving him a chance to rest. Except, the harness was restricting his blood flow, too high a cost for some comfort, so he had to sit and stand in 20-minute shifts. Day 2, Aaron shifted his attention from cutting the rock away to finding a way to make lifting the rock possible. He worked to set up an anchor that he could use for the rope. The process took 2 hours, but he managed it. Then, Aaron cut 30 feet of rope and tied it around the rock and added methods to gain more lift. But despite it all, the rock refused to move. Then, Aaron heard something. Voices. Help. He cried out for help, but no response came. Then, Aaron waited and listened and realized something horrible. They weren't voices. It was the sounds of a kangaroo rat in its nest. He was utterly alone.
Oh no.
His mind turned back to cutting off his arm. He'd been using the long blade on his multi-tool to cut at the rock, which had dulled from the experience. But he also had a shorter, sharper blade that he could use. However, if he wanted to keep his blood inside, he was going to need a tourniquet to stem the bleeding. At first, Aaron tried to use the plastic hose from his water pouch, but it was too stiff and wouldn't tie around his arm tight enough. So instead, he used some webbing from his kit that seemed to do the trick. With a tourniquet ready, he went to start cutting, but just couldn't get past the mental block. Day 3, Aaron's other attempts to escape had so far failed, and his mind turned back to amputation. As he mused on it, he realized that he wasn't confident in the tourniquet he had created, so he created something else. Taking the insulation from his camelback, Aaron found that it was a perfect candidate and used it instead. Then, he took his long knife, the one he'd been using to stab the rock, and tried to cut his arm. Nothing, not even a drop of blood. Frustration set in, and Aaron gave up. Later that day, he prayed, and then offered a deal with the devil, just in case. Day 4, Aaron went to take a drink from his last supplies of water.
Oh, I say it would
but
be.
dropped the bottle and spilled some. His morale was fading, but he started to wonder, could the police
Yeah,
use his
don't
credit
lie.
card purchases to track him? He had bought some supplies on the way into Utah. It was possible that they might track him down, except he realized that he had paid cash. There were no records to track, and yet, somehow, Aaron managed to improve his morale. He spent time reminiscing about good times and bright memories. He took out his camcorder and, surprisingly rejuvenated, recorded a farewell message to his loved ones.
My name's Aaron Ralston. My parents are Donald and Larry Ralston of Englewood, Colorado. Whoever finds this, please.
Thank you for
Tell
the
them to
follows,
get it
CJF. How are you
done.
doing? Welcome
Be
on
sure
in.
to- I would appreciate it.
Throughout the day, his
Hey.
gaze fell on his knife again.
Mhm.
He suddenly knew what to do. He took the smaller, sharper blade and stabbed it into his arm. For a moment, he just inspected it, examining it, noticing he couldn't feel it under his skin. And then, he started to cut. He managed to get through most of the arm, but found that he couldn't break the bone, even with the sharper blade. Upon making this realization, he decided to take another drink and finished his water supplies. Day 5. By now, the sleep deprivation was hitting Aaron hard.
Oh,
He was
damn, that's
experiencing trances and
right.
visions. He had been awake
Sleep.
for 96 hours now, and his mind was starting to wander onto less likely means of escape. One idea was to break the boulder open by using another rock as a wrecking ball. As the hours stretched on, he left more videos for his loved ones, detailing what he'd like done with his belongings, and asking his family to spread his ashes through different locations. A spot on the Rio Grande, Big Sur, Havasupai Creek. That night, he drifted into another trance. In this one, he walked through the canyon wall and into a living room. A child was there, his son. He picked up the kid and set him down on his shoulders. They danced and laughed, and Aaron balanced his son with his
Dance,
left
cat
hand
dance.
and his right stump. Then, he was back in the canyon, but with a new motivation. He was
Oh,
determined.
You
to
guys
escape.
finished watching this? I
Day
go grab
6.
the pizza
It didn't last.
out of the thing.
Despite his
Tell me what
motivation the night
happens when I get
before,
back.
now Aaron's energy is gone. He viewed himself as a zombie, already gone but still moving anyways. He picked up another rock, then bashed the boulder with it. The zombie-like feeling wore away, replaced by an animalistic fury as he smashed the boulder until his hand burned with pain. Next, he took his dulled, long knife and began clearing the debris away from his right hand, only to accidentally stab it with the blade. The knife that had failed to cut his skin mere days before now took a gash of skin away with it. Rotten skin. His hand had already begun rotting, its circulation cut off. Aaron took the knife and poked his right thumb with it, and watched as gas started to escape. And then, there was no more hesitation. Aaron wanted his arm gone. It wasn't his arm anymore. It was rotten garbage, trash to be thrown away. He lashed out. He was thrashing about, struggling, twisting, trying to break free. And then, a bend. Feeling that unnatural bend, Aaron had a realization. He may not have been able to cut through his bone, but he could break his bone using a rock. A big one. The rock that was currently holding his arm down, in fact. Using it for torsion, he could finally be free. Aaron twisted and bent his arm until finally he heard it. Pop. A pair of pops, like cap gun shots, rang out in the canyon. His bone was broken, and now he could finally escape. The horrifying experience of cutting away a rotting arm was euphoric to Aaron. After he had already given up and he had thought himself already lost, he had found a way to escape, to live, so he took it. Once his arm was gone, the hard part still loomed over him. He still had to get out of the canyon. He couldn't just easily climb down to the canyon floor after all. He had to rappel down instead. But first, he applied his makeshift tourniquet to hold the wound closed to make sure he had the chance to escape. Then, when he went to cast down a rope to the floor below, it slipped and he almost stranded himself. As the rope slid over the edge with a terrifying zzz, Aaron managed to catch it with his foot at the last moment. From then on, Aaron kept telling himself, no stupid mistakes. He'd come this far. He had to make sure he got out. So he made sure his harness was double-backed, passing the harness strap through a buckle twice to secure it and make sure it wouldn't come loose on his descent and drop him to the ground below. Once it was secure, he hooked himself to the line and rappelled down. Finally, Aaron was free of the ledge that had been his prison for 5 long days. Now he was on the canyon floor, liberated from one ordeal, but in the midst of a new one. Getting out of the canyon. First, he had to figure out the correct direction to travel in order to actually escape the canyon. But even once he had determined that, there was another problem. The moment he had severed his arm, a countdown timer had begun, ticking ever closer to zero with every drop of blood he lost. His makeshift tourniquet had sufficed so far, but he was still in danger of losing too much blood to even make it to medical support. And yet, Aaron pushed on. Somehow, wounded as he was, Aaron managed to scale the 65-foot canyon wall and reach the ground above. But Aaron was thirsty, and the harsh light of the sun must have made the walk even more unbearable than the blood loss was. But on his way, he had a stroke of good fortune. As he stumbled forwards, away from the canyon and through the boiling heat of the sun, the countdown timer ticked ever closer to the moment he had lost too much blood to keep going. But as he wandered, he came across an unexpected salvation. Aaron had stumbled into a family of 3 Dutch tourists who, understandably, were concerned about the dazed man bleeding and missing an arm. The 3 gave him food and water, and while the mother and son went to get help from the
Wait,
authorities,
did he manage to
the
cut
father
it
stayed
off?
with Aaron until a search and rescue helicopter arrived. His family, worried after such a long absence, had raised the alarm and started a search for the mountaineer. Now, finally, Aaron had found salvation. As
Oh,
medics
thank you for the
evacuated
welcome
him from the area,
backs.
Aaron realized that he likely amputated his arm at the perfect time. Any earlier, and he would have bled out. Any later, and he might not have had the strength to make it out of the canyon. 3 days
Ah,
later,
so he managed
park
to break the
officials
bone
later
with the
returned to
rock,
the site of Aaron's
and it
grueling
rotted enough to
experience
cut off.
and managed to
Good.
retrieve his arm. It took a small army to free the limb, 13 park rangers, a winch, and a hydraulic jack. The boulder was difficult to dislodge. It was 800 pounds and wedged
Oh
firmly
my
in the canyon.
god.
But finally, the boulder was moved, wedged into another secure spot, and the part that Aaron left behind was returned to him. The arm was cremated, and Aaron later scattered the ashes back in the canyon that had taken it from him.
Ah.
The dream that provided Aaron with a renewed sense of hope later came true. Not only is Aaron a father now, but he also managed to fulfill his earlier dream. In 2004, Aaron published a book on his ordeal. Then,
Between
in
a rock
2005,
and a hard place.
Aaron completed his goal of climbing all of Colorado's 14ers in the snow with a new prosthetic arm. Aaron's story was
Oh,
also
it even has
adapted
like a
for the
little
2010
pickaxe
film
at the end of it.
127 Hours from the director of Slumdog Millionaire, Danny Boyle. He had become a story like the ones he idolized growing up. Aaron's story is a
Never give up,
harrowing one,
maybe?
and it's impressive
But
that he
at the
held on
same
through the worst
time,
of times and managed to fight,
tell
climb,
people
and
where you're
crawl back to
going before you
civilization
go
even after giving up.
on
And while Aaron's
a
story
big
is
adventure.
inspiring, I for one am content not finding out whether I have what it takes to survive.
We always make choices of what we want in our lives. So for some reason, I had wanted that experience. What would I do if I were in a situation where my life was on the line? Oh, you really wanted to know? Well, here, you're going to find out, Aaron.
Nope, he got what he wanted. That's an experience I can live without. Lost investment? Wait, how does that relate? He swallowed that whole thing? In your sleep? What are these? Oh, this is gonna be great. This is gonna be
You're in a
great.
heated
These are
argument
good
with your
ones.
parents. They
I've
won't listen
missed
to you.
brew.
They think you've gone mad, but you know the truth. Someone has been following you. You're realizing there's no point in trying to convince your parents.
Bruh.
Your pursuers will be here soon, and you've wasted too much time as it is. You run for the front door and wrench it open. Cold wind and snow rush in from the dark. You pause for a moment, realizing you don't have your wallet, coat, or even your shoes. But if you don't leave this second, they'll try to stop you. And without another moment's hesitation, you plunge into the abyss.
You remember this one?
January 2019. A light snowfall was gently coating the ground on a cold winter
Yeah,
morning
it's from 4
as a
weeks
group
ago.
of contractors entered an old No Frills in Council Bluffs, Iowa. The grocery store had sat abandoned for the past 3 years, and they were there to tear down the store to prepare it for renovation. Inside was reminiscent of a ghost town. It looked like nobody had been there for a long time. However, as they would soon find out, that wasn't entirely true. One of the workers was tearing apart a freezer in the back of the store, when to his horror, a limp body fell out from behind it.
Oh
The decayed
no.
flesh was dark and flaky, The cold and lifeless eyes stared out blankly, right into his soul. Nauseous,
Is it?
the worker felt the image of the corpse seep into his mind, where it would live rent-free. Swallowing, he fished out his phone and dialed 911. When police arrived to
911.
inspect the scene, they found the
I
body's
mean, I guess that would be
decomposition
the
was
first
so
thing to
far
do.
along that gender and age were unidentifiable. Council Bluffs
Really?
Police Sergeant Brandon Danielson, however, immediately noticed the clothing, which matched a missing persons report. He contacted the parents of the person for a DNA swab and confirmed that the corpse belonged to 25-year-old Larry Eli Murillo Moncada, an employee of the grocery store who had gone missing 10 years prior, 7 years before the store had closed down. But how did he end up behind the freezer? And surely the smell of a decomposing body must have been unbearable to customers and employees alike. Well, apparently it was. Customers on a local Facebook page complained about a rancid smell throughout the aisles, with one person saying that the smell was so strong back there by the coolers that it made me sick. I
What
had
the
to leave.
fuck?
Never went back again. Another woman even asked a butcher employee if there was rancid blood from cutting the meat in the store. It was no surprise to anyone that the store ended up closing, with a Google review even describing the store as pretty dumpy. But how did he get behind
What
the front in the first
the
place? In order to fully understand all the facts and hopefully answer this question, we first need to go back 10 years to the night of Larry's disappearance. It
Oh, I
was
just saw your
November 20th,
comment. Yeah.
2009, 2 days after Thanksgiving. A snowstorm was brewing outside, and so was Larry's foul mood. Instead of cozying up inside beside the fireplace with his family, Larry was in the midst of windy flurries, in only a pair of jeans and a hoodie, running barefoot through the snow. Biting wind blew through the dark skies, nipping at bare skin and blinding the young man. But to him, that was the least of his worries. His only focus was running away from the person who was following him. But his family's worries began the previous morning after their son got home from a late-night shift on Thanksgiving at the local No Frills. He had been working at the store for 5 years now and had a seemingly normal day, but he was acting erratically. He complained about his racing heart and craving sugar, saying only sweet food could tame his heartbeat. Like any concerned mother would, Anna rushed him to the doctors to be prescribed antidepressants. Believing things would get better in the morning, Anna sent him to bed. But unbeknownst to her, his mental health would only further deteriorate. The next morning, Larry began hearing voices, persistently telling him to eat sugar, and was convinced someone was following him. He was
What?
becoming more irritable, anxious. Around 6:15 p.m., as the snowfall outside began to storm, Larry was in the middle of an argument with his parents when he suddenly snapped, and without warning, ran out of his house, leaving his coat, shoes, and wallet behind. His father, Victor, went chasing after him, but soon lost Larry in the darkness and powdery gusts of wind. It felt like the earth had swallowed him whole, his father later recalled. Victor and Anna Murillo had no idea where their adult son had gone. After he failed to come back home the next morning, the parents filed a missing persons report with the Council Bluffs Police Department. Enlisting friends and family, they created a search party. They began with scouting out places Larry frequented, checking the most obvious locations he could be at. This brought them to his place of work. The group searched for clues inside and out of the No Frills, only to come up empty-handed. When employees were asked if anyone had seen Larry or if he'd been acting strangely, they were met with blank stares and shrugged shoulders. All
What the
signs led
fuck?
away from the store, but deep in Anna's heart, she knew the supermarket was more important than it seemed. The police were doing their due diligence in the case, calling other law enforcement agencies and nearby detention centers. Yet they continued to come up short. When they investigated the store, there was no sign of him on the security footage, and the manager just said Larry wasn't working the day of his disappearance. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. Life seemingly moved on around the Murillo family, but they still couldn't shake the feeling that their son was still out there, and he was. In fact, turns out he had been secretly hiding right under everyone's noses. Anna and Victor received a call from the police department in January of 2019, notifying them that a body had been found in the abandoned No Frills by workers who were preparing the building for renovations. The corpse had decayed past the point where visual identification was possible, but the clothes it was wearing had not, and the police believed them to be the same clothes that Larry had been wearing the night of his disappearance. To be sure, police needed samples from the parents to conduct a DNA test of the remains. The results confirmed their suspicions. It was the body of Anna and Victor's son, trapped impossibly between the back of a freezer and the wall. What they couldn't prove for sure, though, was how he got there. But they had a pretty solid theory. Larry was paranoid, hearing thoughts running through his head, fleeing from his family home in the middle of a snowstorm, barefoot and undressed. Finding a safe and warm place to hide from the pursuer would have most likely been the first thing in his mind. The grocery store he worked at was warm and familiar, and being an employee at the No Frills, he likely had access to an alternative entrance, which would explain the lack of video surveillance. Once inside, likely still feeling anxious, he scoured the store for a safe place to hide from his imagined pursuer. And what better hiding spot than the one place in the store that not even management knew about? It was supposed to be used for storage, but employees would often hide up on top of one of the freezers in the back of the store to take unofficial breaks. However, there was an 18-inch gap between the wall and the freezer, easily avoidable during well-lit store hours. But the darkness of the store at night, combined with his erratic state at the time, could have turned the gap into a gaping death trap that led him to fall 12 feet down into the space behind the freezer, about the size of a car tire. Talk about claustrophobic. There's even a possibility that he accidentally rolled over into the gap if he fell asleep up there in his hiding spot. Depending on how he fell, it would have made it difficult for him to navigate the section between the freezer and the wall. 12 feet is a high enough jump with a head start. There was no evidence of foul play being involved, and his death was deemed accidental. Whether it was from dehydration over a couple of days, immediate impact, or heart attack from panic, the ultimate cause of death remains unknown. What we do know is that Larry's paranoid thoughts of someone following him led to an absolutely horrifying and tragic fate. One of the weirdest parts to this story is that, apparently, employees continued to use their secret on top of the freezer break area up until the store closed down, which, honestly,
You
is
gotta be
insane.
kidding me.
It's not exactly easy to ignore the putrid smell
How
of a decaying
the
body
fuck?
literally right underneath your nose. But why didn't they tell anyone? Sadly, it's likely the employees were more interested in keeping their hiding space, as well as their jobs.
I would have never even.
If they mentioned the smell, they would have also had to explain what they were doing up on top of the freezer. And who wants to tell their boss?
But why
they've
would
been
they keep
slacking
using the
off?
place?
Tragically, the Murillo family never got the closure they wanted. The negligence and time it took to find his son still shakes Father Victor to the core. Our heads are spinning, finding this out after so many years, and it is distressing. It makes us feel a lot of pain. They closed the building, the freezers weren't working anymore. So how can a body just be there? He pleaded in an interview with the Daily Mail. Unfortunately, we may never know. Larry's body was found 7 years after the freezers he was trapped behind turned off and went warm. But somehow, this cold case still feels frozen. While bodies showing up in grocery stores is far from the norm, this isn't a totally isolated incident. Just a year before Larry was found, a store manager at a Winco food supermarket called a plumber, claiming to smell what he thought was sewage seeping from a pillar outside the front entrance of his store. A witness described it as some gooey liquid, and it smelled really foul. It was oozing out of the pillar onto the pavement. Smelled like death. Which turned out to be a very apt description, seeing as after the plumber chipped away at the pillar, a decaying human leg was revealed. Firefighters were called
What
to
the
help remove the
fuck?
corpse. The more pillar they chipped away, the more horrifying the state was. The person had been stuck in the pillar with one arm behind their head, and like Larry's, the body's decomposition was so far gone that not even the gender of the body
How
was
does
able
that
to
even
be identified.
happen?
Because this happened in the summer, the body was literally being baked inside of the pillar at upwards of 100 degrees Fahrenheit, or about
What the
38
actual
degrees Celsius.
fuck?
The body was identified at the county coroner's office to be Raimundo Rivera. Raimundo had been fleeing the police in what they believed to be a stolen vehicle. After crashing the vehicle, he managed to scale up the roof of the supermarket, but that was the last time he was seen. Seeing the access point from the roof, the assailant likely chose the pillar to hide out in, but didn't anticipate falling deep in the pillar and getting stuck, where he was literally baked alive. Unlike Larry's story, police were able to pinpoint exactly what happened, but like Larry's, Raimundo's death was a terrible way to go. So, in the end, next time you're at the grocery store, if you smell something rotten, it might not be the food that's past its expiration date.
What the fuck? That's crazy. That's
It's late at
absolutely
night and
crazy.
you're tucked into bed, waiting to fall asleep. Just as you're finally drifting off, you hear the sound
Also,
of
mushroom
something
pepperoni
moving
pizza,
next to your
absolutely
head.
delicious.
Jolting upright, you check the pillow and
Absolutely
surrounding
delicious.
sheets for the source of the noise.
It's just a Red
but
Baron's,
nothing's there.
but the
Laying
fresh
back
big chunks of
down, you
mushroom
try
are
to
good.
relax.
Nice and
As
cooked.
your eyes close, you hear a rustling sound in your left ear. Frantically looking around, again, you find nothing. This is maddening. You start to wonder, is it all in your head? And when you feel something move inside your ear, you're horrified by how right you really are. You've probably been told at some point in time some variation of the fun fact that you swallow an average of 8 spiders over your lifetime. The logistics being that while you sleep, your mouth hangs open and an opportunistic arachnid just waltzes right in. The person who told you
An
this most likely
average
relished
of
at the visible ick they gave you. However, what they
An
could not give
average
you
of
was any
8
kind of
what?
source to this fact. But it does sound plausible, doesn't it? Spiders enjoy dark, tight spaces, and you can imagine the warm and moist environment of your mouth being inviting. Ugh. But is this actually
Bruh.
the case? And are there documented cases of spiders confusing any human orifices for safe places to rest their 8 legs, or worse, lay their eggs?
I like spiders, but not that
October
opposed.
2023, a 64-year-old woman in Taiwan had been hearing persistent strange noises. She described them as clicking, beating, and rustling sounds that were so intrusive they kept her awake at night. Soon, she started feeling like something was moving inside her left ear. As days passed, the relentless noises and disturbing sense of movement led to insomnia. And after 4 consecutive nights with increasing distress, she was exhausted. With a growing sense of urgency, the woman visited a specialist to find a solution for the mysterious noises that plagued her. Hoping to end the disruption of her life, the otolaryngologist, a fancy word that here means a head and neck specialist, had a single look inside her ear and found the culprit almost immediately. A small spider had been tap dancing on her eardrum. The arachnid, the size of
Wow.
about 2 to 3 millimeters, had taken up residence in the woman's ear canal, close to the eardrum. It had even molted, growing up enough during the week to feel comfortable shedding its exoskeleton in its new home. While, yes, that might just be the worst sentence you've ever heard, we have to ask, how common is a case like this really? Doctors
I
and
mean, if
ENT
you had it,
specialists
you'd
actually
hear
say
it.
it's quite common to find bugs and spiders in the ear canal. Research suggests that of all the foreign objects that could be found inside people's ears, at least 14% of them are live critters. And while it's more common to
So,
find dead creepy crawlies,
who's
it's
had their
not
yearly
exactly out
doctor
of the
checkup
ordinary to
today?
find live ones looking
Or
for a
this
cozy
year?
place to nest in.
I've not
Just
had
look
one
at this
done in
case
a
from
long
Sichuan,
time.
China from April 2023, where a woman in her 40s was hearing a ringing sound in her right ear and experiencing some pain and hearing loss. A doctor was examining the woman's ear with a camera when suddenly he saw signs of something moving underneath. But it was then that he quickly realized what he was looking at wasn't her eardrum, it was a cobweb. Peeling away the false eardrum, he revealed the startled culprit, a spider. The creature had laid eggs that it was trying to protect, and the doctor had to remove the spider and the offspring before the problem became more serious. Thankfully, the woman only suffered minor damage to her ear canal. Getting a medical professional to get the spider out was probably a good decision compared to this viral video from March 2023 when some saline solution flushes a spider out of a man's ear, and this viral TikTok from May showing a woman who pours a bit of hydrogen peroxide in her mom's ear to reveal a spider hiding in it. By now, you have probably come to the realization that the chances of finding a spider living in your ear are quite a bit higher than you'd like. In fact, by this point, you might be feeling a level of disgust so great that you might be tempted to turn off this video. And for that, I am sorry.
No.
But wouldn't
I'd
you
like
rather
more,
discover
you
how
know,
spiders can gain access
knowledge
to your
in case
ear holes
this
using
ever was to
headphones?
happen.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How would I know?
Katie Malua found this out the hard way in 2014 when she visited her doctor with a distressing medical issue. She had a persistent
confident I have
scratching
no
sound
spider
in
in my ear,
that did not subside
but-
after a whole week. The 30-year-old woman was a singer-songwriter, and her heart sank at the possibility that it could be early signs of tinnitus, a condition where the patient perceives a relentless ringing noise in their ears. Faced with an abrupt career change, her worries took a twist when it was revealed that a live spider had set up camp in her ear. Katie suspected the spider hitched a ride on her headphones that she hadn't used for a while. She said, "Basically, I used these old in-ear monitors to block out sound on a flight. A little spider must have been in them and crawled inside my ear and stayed there for the week." And it's not hard to guess why the spider was inside the headphones in the first place. Spiders are drawn to cozy,
Who's
secluded
checked their
spaces naturally.
earphones?
However, unlike other critters during the cold winter months, it's not exactly for warmth and shelter. House spiders spend the entire year in and around your home, hunting, feeding, and trying to stay concealed. In the fall,
It's
we
so
tend to
rare
find
that I
more
see a
spiders
spider in my room at
indoors,
all.
Not because they weren't there in the first place, but because they want to be more visible in order to find a mate. And once they're able to, they typically retreat into the nooks and crannies of our homes and go back into hiding for winter. The bad news is that there are things in our homes that naturally draw spiders to them. Beneath the baseboards, inside the cracks and crevices under the windows and doors, within the pile of clothes you keep meaning to put away, and even the inviting folds between the sheets of your bed are all ideal spaces where they can lurk in low light. The good news is that spiders that want to know what you're really like on the inside, in the worst way, are harmless. Unless, of course, they aren't.
Huh?
August 2019, Susie Torres had a horrifying ordeal when one visit to the doctor could have been her last. She had woken up hearing some swooshing in her left ear. The noise wasn't letting up, and she thought it might be water, saying it was like when you went swimming and you have all that water in your ear. A medical assistant who checked her ear immediately rushed out of the room, saying she needed help from a couple more people, adding, "I think you have an insect in there." While Susie was waiting, she wasn't too worried, as she didn't really know what was in her ear. Little did she know, what decided to burrow inside her ear to nest wasn't an insect. It was actually one of the most venomous arachnids on Earth, the brown recluse.
How the
All
fuck did that
spiders are
even get
venomous,
there?
But their venom generally works to catch little insects, paralyzing them with one bite. Spiders are generally avoidant towards humans and will often choose to run rather than retaliate. When it comes to the brown recluse, though, their bite is the most potent of all spiders in the US. Reports of bites have been increasing, even in areas where this particular species doesn't commonly
Oh, please
live.
don't circle
The
my
venom of the
area.
brown recluse spider contains toxins that kill cells around the bite and start breaking down blood cells in the area, while disrupting the body's immune system, triggering tissue and cell destruction, leading to the flesh necrotizing around the area, and in extreme cases, can lead to death. So it's not all surprising that while the doctors were busy using their tools to remove the spider, they decided not to tell Susie what was actually in her ear. There was no reason
idea.
to cause panic or disturb the spider any more than it was necessary. After a few excruciatingly slow minutes, they were successful in removing the spider without aggravating it. Only then did they reveal what it actually was to a shocked Susie. Susie had no idea where the terrifying spider could have come from. So, unwilling to go through a similar issue again, she decided to take some precautions in her daily routine. "I went and put some cotton balls in my ears last night. I'm shaking off my clothes, and don't put my purse on the floor. I'm a little more cautious," she said. So spiders that
Can't
may
blame
or
her.
may not be deadly are known to feel comfortable living in the human ear. But what about the mouth? Do spiders crawl in them? And what would happen if you swallowed one? July 2023.
It bites on the
52-year-old
way
Chris
down.
Kelsey woke up in the middle of the night in a panic, unable to breathe. His throat was closing. He tried to stick one of his fingers down his throat to get some air, but as soon as he removed it, he couldn't breathe again. It was 3:30 in the morning, and he had no choice but to dial 999, the emergency number in the UK. Thankfully, the operator understood what Chris was trying to convey and sent an ambulance to his home. Paramedics took one look at the man and, finding his throat swollen shut, hooked him up to machines to help him breathe while rushing him to the hospital. The first thing one of them said to Chris was that they thought he inhaled a spider and that it must have bitten Chris's uvula, the little tongue on its way down his throat. Chris couldn't believe his bad luck. He was used to having spiders in his home, living in the
That's
countryside.
really bad
However,
luck.
never had problems with them before. He was given
Just RNG,
antibiotics and
Elu.
monitored in the
Welcome
hospital
in, how
by
are
an
you doing
ENT
tonight?
specialist who used an endoscope, pushing it up Chris's nose to check the back of his throat. While the hospital statement says it's not certain what exactly caused Chris's breathing problems, they suggested the paramedics' spider bite theory may have merit. Experts were not so quick to jump on board. Dr. Matt Wilkinson from Cambridge University's Department of Zoology was skeptical about this theory. He said, "It's really curious that this was the gut instinct reaction of those treating him." He argued, "Very few spiders in Britain can bite you, and the only possible one is the false widow. It's pretty big, and you'd wake up if that was in your throat. Dr. Jeff Oxford of the British Arachnological Society agreed, adding, if someone's sleeping, they're breathing hot air in and out. Why on earth would a spider go in? They just don't do that. Even with the skeptics, Chris wasn't taking his chances. While he wasn't afraid of spiders, once he was back home, he couldn't sleep again until he vacuumed the entire house. He also took a step further and plugged in a spider repellent to prevent spiders from clamoring in bed with him again. And as for documented accounts of spiders crawling in mouths, Chris's story is the best we've got. But then, where did the fact that we swallow 8 spiders in our lifetime come from? Well, that's a story in itself. An article on The Guardian published in 1999 titled 50 Top Pieces of Trivia states that the average human eats 8 spiders in their lifetime after they crawl into their mouths in their sleep, which was also written inside a Snapple cap retired in 2014. However, neither the article nor the Snapple cap pointed to any sources about where this statistic came from. So where does this urban legend actually originate? In April 2001, the Snopes popularized an origin story for the myth, tracing it to a 1993 article in PC Professional, attributed to Lisa Birgit Holst. They claim that the journalist discussed the phenomenon of fact lists circulating and spreading through emails, and how gullible people naively accepted them without giving any further thought. They went on with further description of how Holst illustrated her point by concocting her own setup absurd facts, including the claim about how the 8 spider statistic came from a book printed in 1954 about insect folklore. They added, in a delicious irony, Holst's propagation of this false fact has spurred it into becoming one of the most widely circulated bits of misinformation to be found on the internet. This origin story later turned out to be a complete hoax for April Fools, and the journalist's name, Lisa Birgit Holst, was actually an anagram of "This is a big troll." The website is still searching for the first appearance of where the rumor came from, reminding viewers that checking your sources is an essential part of the fact-checking process. And while we can't actually figure out where the urban myth originated, it hasn't stopped people from taking it
I'm
as a
gonna wash
fact,
my hands real quick
leading
from
to
the
a
pizza.
meme joking about this statistical error, blaming Spiders George, who lives in a cave and eats over 10,000 spiders per day, as an outlier that shouldn't have been included in the data. So, even though at some point in your life you could wake up with an 8-legged squatter living in your hearing hole, at least there's no reason to believe that they'll try the same trick in your mouth. And as far as we're concerned, that's a win, folks. But we still have one last question. What do you do if you think there might be a spider in your ear? Experts say that keeping calm is the best option. The risk of injury with trying to remove it yourself is too great, even with solutions you can find in the pharmacy specifically made to clean the inside of your ear. The doctor who successfully removed the spider and exoskeleton from our first case in Taiwan reminds us that liquids shouldn't be introduced to the ear in case there is a perforation in the eardrum, and that's not something we can easily see by ourselves. An ENT specialist can determine if the spider or insect trapped in your ear is too large and risky to remove live, since the excessive movements can cause damage to the delicate structures inside the ear. In these cases, they will use lidocaine or ethanol to kill the animal before removing it. And in other cases, if the critter is small enough, a quick suction tool with the aid of an otoscope is how they would get rid of the creepy crawlies. At the end of the day, we shouldn't let the eerie thought that spiders might cozy up inside our head bug us too much. The chance of it happening is as rare as a spider getting tangled in its own web.
I forget he does use a
But
lot
if you're
of
still
puns.
scared, maybe earplugs are a sound investment.
It's so hard to sleep with earplugs, at least for me. So before we get to Death by Christmas Tree, there's actually one video I'm really curious about. We had a Chubby Emu video last night that talked about men swallowing a wireless earbud. If we're talking about spiders going down our throats, what happens when you do an earbud? Light breathing of the ears?
And swallowed a wireless headphone. This is what happened to his esophagus. HB is a 39-year-old man presenting to the emergency room, panicked. He was shaking and crying as he tried to explain to the admitting nurse what had happened. HB was someone who was enjoying his life. He was a working man. He had recently gotten an extra bonus at work and thought to splurge and buy himself a pair of nice wireless headphones, something that he had been wanting for the last several years. Wired headphones were the only ones that he had ever had in his life, but with his new phone now, he wasn't able to do that anymore. He couldn't listen to music on his
that's an
phone without these, but now
yeah.
that he had them, I can finally listen to
I
some
had to
good
get me a
music
cheap
now,"
pair of
he thought.
wireless ones
HB
because I
had a long
can't
day and thought to take a
wire
nap.
to my
As he put on
iPhone.
some quiet music, he laid
How
down
in the
with
world
his
did
new
I
headphones
know?
in his ears. He thought he had heard a knock on his front door, and so he took one of the earbuds out. He called out, but there was no response. Because the earbuds were new, and knowing how this brand makes them, they were kind of slippery, and gravity took hold as HB accidentally dropped the earbud. But immediately it touched the back of his throat. HB started to panic as he got up. The earbud had lodged in. He could feel it moving in his neck. In the bathroom now, HB was struggling. The more he tried to get the earbud out, the further down his throat it slipped. And then finally, he felt it at the base of his neck slide right down into his esophagus. When he pressed the button to locate his earbuds, he could hear it ringing in his stomach. In a panic, he drives to the emergency room, where we are now. At examination, HB tells the medical team about the wireless earbud that he thought he just swallowed. At first, they didn't believe him. Earbuds can be a choking hazard. If it lodged into the throat, an earbud can obstruct the airway. HB can talk, so he's not choking, but something else could be wrong. He told them that he tried his hardest to push it out, but it just kept sliding down his throat and got swallowed. As we go further down the esophagus, it's possible that the earbud, because of its shape, could have lodged somewhere before getting into the stomach, causing an obstruction. It's here where there could be at least 3 problems that can deal damage over time and might not be immediately caught. First, your mouth to the other end is a continuous line spanning your GI tract. The diameter of the lumen, that inside hole, changes as the swallowed object passes through.
I'd be
The
worried
stomach
about getting
lumen
it
is wider than
dissolved.
the small intestines. In these smaller areas, a hard
As long as
object
you don't
uniquely
choke
shaped
on
for
it
the
and it
ears
doesn't, like,
is not meant
perforate
to be
anything.
in the GI tract, and this ensuing foreign
Maybe
body
there's a chance
obstruction
it
could
could
start
make
to
its
cause
way
a backup
out.
that'll cause pain, swelling, bloating, and in extreme cases can stretch the walls of the GI tract, stopping blood flow, starving it of oxygen, and causing permanent damage. Doctors send HB in for a scan of his
Plus,
abdomen
we don't
to
know
see
what's
if they can
inside of
find
it.
any possible foreign
And given that
body
you have to charge these,
obstructions.
there's
He
probably
mentioned that
some
he could
kind of
feel
battery in
something
it as
just
well.
underneath his chest, and that the feeling
You do
started
not want
after
battery
the headphone was
acid to get out
swallowed.
in your stomach
Imaging
lining.
should tell the medical team if something is really there, or if HB is just thinking that he's feeling something. But there's something that the scan might not be able to show just yet, bringing us to the second problem that could be happening in HB.
Oh
Wireless headphones
no.
today operate on typically small button batteries that get recharged when the buds are placed back into the case. But why
You start
would
going
this be a
exactly for
problem?
what I was
In
talking
this small science
about.
experiment, I put some water on top of a button battery inside a small piece of ham to simulate that battery getting lodged into a moist environment. And you'll see that after some time of consistent contact, the meat and the water discharge the battery at the negative terminal and burns through the ham. In the human body, these button battery burns can perforate the
Yeah.
GI tract, which not only has a lot of blood flowing through it, so that's going to be lost, and maybe causing a massive bleed, but there's more. Gut bacteria is part of normal function, but when it leaks out into other parts of the body where it isn't supposed to be, it triggers the immune system to react. In an effort to protect the body, the immune system causes blood vessels to dilate and gets white blood cells in, dropping the blood pressure, meaning that less blood and oxygen gets to the organs, shutting them down. This doesn't happen immediately, can still happen even if the battery is dead, and it can take a few hours of constant battery contact with the GI mucosa to cause the burn from electrical discharge, and the images of HB's abdomen may not be taken at a time when there's injury caused by that electrical discharge. Given how meticulously glued and fastened together this brand of wireless headphones tends to be, it's not likely that the battery breaks out in the GI tract in anyone who swallows this particular one. But let's be real, these things aren't always in the best of conditions. People might drop them, step on them, drop weights on them. They're cracked but still producing sound, so they still get used. And in those conditions, or with cheaper brands where the headphone build quality isn't that great, the battery coming out while the GI tract is churning it along is possible. And who knows what leaks out, bringing us to the third problem dealing damage over time. The headphone inside the GI tract will get soaked in liquid, water, mucus, and stomach acid. This fluid can seep in, and if the battery doesn't come out, something could cause that battery to leak. Small batteries have a standardized code in their name. The first part has letters that give the chemical identification of the positive terminal. The last 2 numbers is how tall the battery
Lithium
is, and the
magnesium
remaining number is the
dioxide.
diameter, both in millimeters. This battery content leakage, or even the batteries breaking and fragmenting inside the body, has been shown to injure people. even lithium ion like the batteries used in HB's brand of wireless headphone. As the results of the imaging come back for HB, doctors were able to locate and see the wireless headphone. Another physician was called in to send a scope down his throat to retrieve it. This was chosen over letting it just pass through his GI tract because it could cause more
Yeah, that would
injury
be
if allowed to
safer.
pass through, either through causing a blockage, the battery causing a burn, or the battery leaking its contents out. HB was sedated as the operation was performed. When things like this happen, people sometimes are going to ask, does swallowing wireless headphones cause long-term damage, like microplastics? Will something show up years later? And the truth is, in acute, sudden cases like HB's, we're mostly concerned about that acute injury because that's what's going to cause problems on the order of hours. Whether or not the plastics from the headphone material will cause long-term problems is something that's not tracked. And even if it was, there's so many different factors and differences among hundreds of millions of people who use these headphones daily that it's nearly impossible to create a controlled experimental setting whereby we can find and measure a difference between the people who swallowed wireless headphones versus those who didn't. And there's enough brands to make an additional difference, and there's differences in models between brands, and even the same model may have been made with different parts from different factories, maybe using slightly different battery or maybe different plastic casing. The answer to what happens long term is that we don't know. The healthiest way to think of it is to be aware of what you put in your body. Know that accidents can happen and try as best as you can to position yourself to avoid those accidents. In this case, don't fall asleep or lay down with small earbuds. Elect to use a larger set of headphones over the ear in those settings. There's other cases where people swallowed wireless earbuds mistaking them for medicine. These are accidents, and we can talk
Wait,
about how best
what?
to minimize the risk all day. These things happen spontaneously, sometimes not at the direct fault of anyone. And when you look at how many millions of people use this product every day, it's going to happen again and in a way that we can't even imagine today. As the anesthesia wore off for HB's operation, he got his wireless earbud back. He dried it off and tested it, and it was still working. But most importantly, it was caught fairly quickly so that the risk of physical, electrical, and chemical injury was minimized as HB was able to make a full recovery. Thanks so
I
much
guess
for
it's
watching.
gonna become a
Take care of
keepsake.
yourself and be well.
Okay, so I'm glad to have a video where somebody doesn't die or leaves with like a serious wound. Okay, death by snoo snoo. I mean,
You're in the
death
living
by
room
Christmas
decorating
tree.
the Christmas tree when you notice something odd. It looks like a small pine cone on one of the branches, but when you try to remove it, it doesn't budge. You shrug it off. After all, it's just a bit of
Please do knock
natural
the
decor,
tree. How you
right?
doing, Yashi?
Weeks later, you walk into your living room to a scene straight out of a horror film. The room.
Are
is
you back to
crawling
feeling
with
like
small
full energy and
creatures.
stuff like that?
The tree, the furniture, the walls,
All
and
healed up and
windows.
recovered?
They're everywhere, and they're fast.
Tree nuts. Sad thing is I had half that pizza and I feel hungry for the other half.
If you've ever bought a Christmas tree directly from a farm, you may have noticed them putting the trees into strange machines before handing them off to you. The machines shake off any dead needles that would otherwise end up littering the floors of your home, but also get rid of any creatures that may be hiding amidst the branches.
Oh,
But
interesting.
then this raises a few questions. Is the shaking process foolproof? If not, what uninvited guests could be hitching a ride to your holiday festivities? And what can we do to keep them out of our living rooms? Well, we've looked into it and found multiple cases of Christmas trees acting as Trojan horses for pests that range from disgusting to deadly. And just in case you were thinking of avoiding any home invasive species this holiday season by getting an artificial tree instead, think again. Real trees aren't the only ones coming with gifts absent from any wish list.
That would be
January
hilarious.
2019. Molly Cruz
That's still
was
stay safe
excited
for
to
most of
lift
the day and
Christmas
still
tree
feels
up after the
aw.
holidays, but the cozy
Well, I'm glad to
ambiance of
see
her
you're
home
still
was ruined
continuing
when
to
the living room
improve, though,
suddenly
so
became invaded.
sooner
Hundreds of bugs
or later.
emerged out of
Hopefully,
nowhere and started climbing on the
you
Christmas
make
tree,
a full
making their
recovery
way up
as
the
soon as
walls
possible.
and windows, and even hanging from the ceiling. Upon closer inspection,
We
Molly
want our
found out that these were
Fox to
baby
get
praying
well
mantises.
soon.
The tiny
I'll pay
bugs had
for
just
ya.
hatched and were quickly spreading all over her living room. But Molly wasn't the only one with the unexpected Christmas gift.
Wait,
November 2018.
did she
Andrea
literally get
Coward
stick
went to a tree
bugged
farm with her
by her
family
Christmas
to cut
tree?
down their own tree for the holidays. 2 weeks after they put the Christmas tree up, they suddenly started to find praying mantis babies everywhere. They were on the tree branches, and then they just started running down the tree, across the floor. They were just scattering all over. She reposted photos of the praying mantis in
Stick.
November 2023, captioning it, "Beware of the real trees," to warn people early in the holiday season, with other users commenting about issues with unexpected stowaways that ruined their holidays. One year we set up our tree and the lights defrosted
I
hornets
never
and they
thought
were
this
big
could have been a
mad.
risk.
Mine was filled with brown recluse spiders with a bunch of
Hornets.
babies. My whole house was covered and my puppy was bitten on his nose and died within
Brown
2 hours.
recluse.
Another video posted on TikTok shows baby mantises dancing on an ornament. So how do
I feel
these
like
critters find
mantises
their
would
way
be
on
cool to
Christmas
have
trees
as
unnoticed
pets,
in the first
but
place?
obviously not
Mantis
all
egg
that many
clutches
at
are
once.
walnut-sized and look like an underdeveloped pine cone, so they're often overlooked. Females lay these egg clutches in branches during the autumn, which will stay in a stasis during the winter months before hatching in the spring. However, when you bring them into the warm air of a cozy home, the hatching process is accelerated, and the bugs will act as if they have already wintered, and in a few weeks, the egg sac will burst into a horde of hatchlings right in the middle of your living room. Like many in her position, Molly
Wow.
wanted the little green invaders out of her house, but being a veterinarian by trade, she didn't want to harm them. So she grabbed a shoebox and set to work sweeping them up into it with an envelope. As you can imagine, this was no easy task, since unlike many other day-old newborns, the mantis children were fast and skilled jumpers. But Molly was determined to save them all because she knew someone would take the whole lot. You might ask, who
Wait.
on earth would actually want that? Well, turns out, mantises are very helpful to have around since they eat harmful pests, and some people are willing to pay money to have them in their gardens.
Oh,
One man's
cool.
pest, another man's pest control. Now, while a living
So
room
they're not
full
just
of mantis
cool, but they
babies may
actually
be
have good
annoying or
uses.
troublesome to think about, these tiny creatures aren't exactly dangerous. But unfortunately, the things hiding in your Christmas tree can get a lot scarier and a lot hairier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, come all
December
ye
2020,
spiders.
An Australian man's Christmas cheer was disrupted when, instead of tinsel, he found a web strung on his Christmas tree complete with an intruder, a giant spider. The arachnid was covered in fur and, upon closer inspection, curled up and very much dead. However, the webs surrounding it were crawling with itsy-bitsy baby spiders. The man was seized by
Australian, of
panic.
course.
Though the spiders were small, for now,
course.
he was uncertain of their species
The
and was
perfect
worried that they
one.
might spread around his home and be harmful to his young kids. So he posted on a local community Facebook page asking what they might be, getting responses like, "That house belongs to the spider now." And people are right to be concerned. It's no secret that many Australian spiders are deadly. Funnel web spiders, which look a lot like the one in the photo, have a bite that can kill within a matter of minutes. Their venom containing robustoxin, which wreaks havoc on the nervous system. Thankfully, a commenter that was in pest control came to the rescue, saying, "They look scary and venomous, but not deadly," so the family wasn't in immediate danger. However, not everyone's spider encounter spins a similar tale. November 2017. Paul Stephen was outside the local grocery store in San Antonio, Texas, about to get some shopping done. Passing by the Christmas tree section outside, he thought it might be a good idea to choose one of the small furs to bring home. Picking up one of the trees, he came eye to eye with a spider with a red marking hanging on one of the tree's branches. A black widow. Black widows are notoriously venomous and could suddenly turn your holly jolly Christmas to a creepy crawly horror story. And while their bite isn't very painful, like a tiny pinprick to most, the toxin they excrete, called alpha-latrotoxin, quickly incapacitates nerve cells, leading to intense pain in the muscles, including the diaphragm, causing breathing issues, and in some extreme cases, result in death. Definitely not a guest you'd want to invite into your home for the holidays. The grocery store later explained that the trees were delivered within 48 hours of being chopped down, taking all types of tiny hitchhikers along for the ride. So, what did Paul do when he found the Black Widow? He nonchalantly snapped a photo for his Instagram and moved on to the next tree. Black widows aren't that uncommon, so it didn't occur to me to freak out. So, now that we know what we can be inviting into our homes by getting a real Christmas tree, the easy solution is to just get a fake tree, right? Wrong. 2019.
I wouldn't
Amy
be surprised
Lenehan,
if
a
someone
mother in
managed to
Kentucky,
track
started
in
to find dead spiders in and around the house
whatchamacallit.
and found them to look a little peculiar.
A
They were
bat.
different from the other house spiders that they would normally find, with a weird violin-shaped spot. After a couple of weeks and picking up more than 25 dead spiders in the basement where they had a playroom, she became increasingly worried about her 2.5-year-old son Eli playing there, since she found some among the toys. Unable to figure out where the spiders were getting in from and overwhelmed because she was expecting another baby, Amy called a local pest control company. The exterminator, David Oniflos, got to the bottom of the issue. He immediately had bad news. The dead spiders were brown recluses.
Wait,
One of the most
what?
venomous spiders, bites from the brown recluse can cause necrosis and can even lead to death, and the risk is higher for young children. And when David investigated the basement, he found more of the spiders, alive. I happened to pop that box open and voila, there they were. I found 2 live ones in there. When I picked the box up to move it, I found one underneath. Said box was an artificial Christmas tree that the family had bought online. But since it wasn't Christmas season,
Oh,
they just popped the box
no.
into storage without opening it, right next to Eli's playroom.
The sad
Amy
thing
was
is,
horrified. He was playing right next to them
the
alive.
tree that we had
So,
years ago,
how
like
did the
12 plus
spiders
years
end up in
ago,
the Christmas trees box? Brown
was in a
recluse
box
spiders
just like
aren't native to the area, so
the arrows,
David
the
had a
blue
theory.
tape, everything.
Packages will sit in warehouses for long periods of time, and that's all it takes is for them to get in there, duck into a box, and just wait to be transferred somewhere else. And while the source was found, not all the spiders were caught. David found spiders in the master bedroom and the attached bathroom, and suspected they had moved throughout the house through the HVAC system. All he could do was to lay down some traps in order to catch spiders on the move. Amy would have to live with the spiders for a while. She said she would probably be paranoid for at least another year about the spiders, but was still thankful. We were extremely lucky that we did not find out the hard way and then didn't know what it was. After David posted the story on Facebook, it went viral, and people started to wonder if they had the risk of finding brown recluse spiders hidden in their delivery boxes. However, David said it was a very slim chance, and it was the only time in 30 years that he'd seen a brown recluse infestation caused by hitchhiking arachnids. Rick Vedder, an entomology associate and expert in brown recluse spiders,
Entomology
agreed,
was a fun class
explaining
to
that the
take.
lighting and busy schedule of a warehouse would likely keep spiders away, and that you'd be more likely to encounter a brown recluse in an attic or a garage. So, now that we know what could be hiding in a real or fake Christmas tree, how can you safely bring a tree into your home without getting featured in a YouTube video? While spiderwebs are allegedly the reason why we decorate our trees with shiny tinsel on Christmas, according to European folklore, what are some trusted ways to keep our trees pest-free? If you insist on an evergreen tree, sprinkling some diatomaceous earth would get rid of spiders without harming the tree itself. But the easiest method to get rid of critters is to shake the tree out before you bring it into your home. If you get your fresh Christmas tree from a dedicated seller like a tree lot or a farm, they might even have a device that will shake any dirt, snow, and uninvited guests loose. However, shaking won't get rid of mantis egg clutches. To ensure your tree is mantis-free, check for pine cone-shaped egg clutches on the branches, paying extra attention underneath. If you find any, there's no need for immediate panic. Cut the branch piece with the cluster on it from your tree and place it on a shrub outside to hatch in the spring. You can also follow what some TikTok users have done and pop the clutch in a closed container in the fridge and wait for them to hatch. Being able to observe baby
Oh, I've
mantises
hatched
isn't
a
chance that
couple
you'll
of
get
things
day,
in
and they
situations
really
like
are
that before in
fascinating creatures.
entomology.
And if you have a synthetic tree, using plastic containers might be the best
We also
option for
did little
storage, as it's harder for
experiments to
pests
see
get
how
into.
quickly we can get
Also,
some
make
of
sure
them
you
to
dispose
hatch
of
in
any
certain
decor made from edible items,
conditions
like popcorn
versus
garlands,
others.
cookie ornaments, and gingerbread houses. Should these methods fail,
Making
you
a
might
real
feel like all
gingerbread
hope
house
is
would be
sucked out
a
of you. But according to experts, the
nightmare
best
for
means of
something like
removal
that.
inside the home is a vacuum, so that your holiday cheer isn't overshadowed by a critter fear.
Bottom of the ocean, alive for 3 days. That'll be funny. Let's see. How one mistake on an escalator tragically killed a man. He kept printing fake lottery tickets. Bottle of Coke. So how did this one happen?
In 2013,
We'll watch this one, like, we'll go back and forth with Chevy Emu. Because some of these are just kind of like, bruh.
a disturbing video was uploaded to Reddit. In it, a man began riding up an escalator while holding a board vertically. Shortly after he begins his ride, the board catches on the ceiling and presses down into the step the man is riding on, piercing the surface. He frantically grabs at it, trying to pull it free, but it's already too late. The step he's riding on opens up, and within the next moment, both the board and himself are swallowed up by the escalator. Could an escalator actually hurt
Oh,
you?
wow.
And if so, how bad could it be?
You think you know that story? Oh, was it pretty interesting? Did he have like a means of getting oxygen or something?
When stepping onto an escalator, many thoughts force their way into your mind. What if you can't get off in time? What would happen if your shoelace gets caught in the teeth? And what if the step beneath your feet simply opens up, swallowing you whole?
People have a fear
Are
of
there
escalators?
horrors hidden within that you should be worried about? We've done some extensive research on the topic, and the simple answer is yes.
I still
But
have fun
to
with
be
them.
honest, what was surprising was not that escalators have killed people, it was the sheer number of different ways it has happened. It really makes you think, why were these things ever even invented? The horrifying video was originally from an incident that happened in 2011
Some months
in
back,
Taipei, Taiwan.
was
The
then a
man in
kick
the
about
CCTV
starvation
footage was a Metro
diving?
deputy station director
Ah.
named Guo Changjie. He was attempting to carry the anti-flood backing boards for the station. Safety guidelines stated that 2 people should carry the
Did you
board,
really?
but he decided to do it alone, only for it to pierce through the escalator step and turn the machinery inside into a meat grinder. He did not survive. 2015, Jingzhou, China. 31-year-old Sheng Lujuan was at the AZG Mall shopping with her family. Her toddler son insisted on taking the escalator, so up they went. As the duo were approaching the upper floor, with the stair panels slowly flattening at the edge, she lifted the child up, getting ready to step off onto the landing when disaster struck. The panel at the next floor connected to the escalator suddenly collapsed, tipping over as the young mother stepped on it. As
Oh,
she fell into
no.
the escalator shaft, with only her torso above the metal steps,
We often get called
Sheng
out
was able to
for
fling her
body
son to
recovery of
safety
recently
into the arms
sunken
of the mall
ships.
staff waiting on the next floor.
Hmm.
The escalator access panel on the upper floor landing hadn't been bolted back to the ground after maintenance work was done earlier, allowing them to easily come loose and tilt.
Oh,
In an investigation after the
no.
incident, it was found that mall staff had actually noticed the issue 5 minutes prior to Sheng's accident, but were not trained on what actions to take to fix the issue, nor took action to push the stop button or cordon the area off to prevent customers from using the escalator. When they saw the young mother approaching, all they could do was to warn her that it was dangerous before it was too late. After retrieving the little boy, 2 of the mall staff tried pulling Sheng upwards, but she was stuck. They weren't able to save her before she disappeared into the machinery below. It took firefighters 4 hours to cut the escalator open and locate Sheng's lifeless body.
Wow.
So, were these couple of incidents just freak accidents? Well, no. According to the CDC, escalator mishaps might be more common than we may realize. 17,000 people are injured by escalators, and 30 people lose their lives to one every year.
Wait, what?
And with all that information, it might not be a surprise that some people are terrified of riding escalators. One Reddit user who claimed to work on elevator and escalator maintenance for 18 years summed it up, saying, "Escalators are a 60-foot long chainsaw that you can fit inside of. Lots of places to lose a finger or everything else." Another user, referencing the Taipei metro station video, said, "I have been secretly scared of escalators ever since I saw a video of one swallowing a human whole. In fact, fear of escalators is so common that it has its own name, escalophobia. A childhood anxiety of being pulled into the escalator may escalate into a fear, evolving into escalophobia. Sometimes this fear might relate back to a triggering incident, such as a person falling down the steps in their childhood, or having a shoelace or shoe get stuck into the teeth of an escalator." 2014, Montreal, Canada. 47-year-old Naima Ruti was riding an escalator at the Fabre metro station when her hair, coat, and scarf were caught in the machine's teeth. The tangle caused an accidental asphyxiation and lacerations to her scalp before the machine could be stopped, injuries that led to her tragic death. According to Sterling Elevator Consultants LLC, you should stand in the middle of the step, being careful to keep loose clothing away from the steps and sides. However, escalator etiquette usually states
Yeah,
that
I
you
was
should
going
stand
to
on one
say.
side to allow space for people to walk on the other, so extra caution needs to be taken, especially in high traffic areas. It's believed that escalophobia affects about 1.36% of the population, but the actual number of cases may be higher. And even within that figure, there are different fears that can manifest. Some people may be anxious about getting on or off the escalator on time, which is similar to interacting with other moving machinery like rotating doors, where wrong timing means getting smacked into the glass door or getting crushed while it turns. And some people may only fear riding an escalator going in a certain direction, like not really being afraid of escalators going up, but down.
Uh-huh.
2011, China. A 13-year-old boy was
Uh-huh.
traveling to the Beijing Zoo with his father and sister. They had taken the subway and were taking a busy escalator up when
Thank
a
you for that,
strange
Pat Sully.
writing
How are you
rang
doing?
out. Suddenly, the escalator going upwards changed directions and became a down escalator.
Hey, hey,
Before they
you
knew what had
fucks.
happened,
How
the
you
riders
doing?
who had lost all sense of balance tumbled to the bottom in less than 2 seconds,
I'm
taking the
doing
life of the
alright.
teen and leaving 28
We just been
other
taking a bit of
riders
a break, having
hospitalized,
some pizza,
including the
watching
boy's
some
father and sister.
interesting
In
YouTube
2018,
videos
78-year-old
as a
James
break.
Murphy had gone to the
And I'm
Merchants
debating
Quay shopping
on
center with his
whether or
wife
not we
in
do
Cork
more of
City,
this
Ireland.
tonight, if we change
They were riding the
activities, what else
steep
we're gonna
escalator
do.
up before the elderly man
So right
stumbled,
now we're doing
unable to
this.
shift his balance with his walking
Yeah,
stick,
pizza's
and
good.
was catapulted
I had
down
a
to the
Red
bottom
Barons
as his
with
wife looked on
pepperoni,
with horror, unable to
and
help.
I've cut some
Firefighters and
fresh
paramedics responded
baby
and
bella
attempted to
mushrooms on
save
top
him,
of it, and it's
but were sadly
amazingly
unable to.
delicious.
The same
I
year,
ate half of
another
it,
incident
and I feel
happened
like I
in
gotta go
Rome.
get the other half.
Fans of a visiting Russian
Pizza
soccer
good, pizza
team were
tasty.
riding an
I
escalator
like
leading
pizza.
down into a metro station, singing and jumping
Though
when
if I
the
go for the other
escalator
half, that'll
suddenly
probably be
sped
the
up,
last thing I eat
sending the
today.
fans hurtling
I
towards the
hope.
bottom.
I'm kind of
The
a big
steps
eater.
there seemingly crumpled together,
Sometimes.
reportedly trapping some between them and injuring 24 in the incident, including one man who
But
lost
I'm
part
kind
of
of
his
thinking,
foot.
as much as I do want to
Being
get
so
back
prone
to
to
Ocarina
accidents,
of
it's probably
Time,
not surprising to see that the design and mechanics
I
of the
also have
escalator
this
hasn't really
interest in
changed that
starting
much since their
the
invention by
Super
Jesse
Mario
Reno
RPG ROM
in
hack.
1891, over 130 years ago.
My
However,
curiosity is
early
starting
escalators were
to
constructed
burn into
primarily of wood instead of
my
metal,
mind
some of which are still in use
in
to
like
this
the
day,
past couple
like
of
in
minutes.
Macy's, New York. Which
I've been
brings us to
recommended a
why they're
pizza from
not
a
more
friend with
common
mushroom
now.
pepperoni chicken. Oh, chicken would go well. I highly recommend banana pepper or jalapeno as well.
November 18th,
And maybe just a
1987,
little bit of like
7:25
touches of
p.m. At the busy
hot,
King's Cross
not hot
London
sauce, like
Underground
buffalo sauce on
station,
the chicken
tragedy
pieces maybe.
struck literally when a
Oh, you
rider
can
on
put
one of the
so much
escalators
on
dropped a
pizza.
lit match
It's
that
all
fell
good. It's
between
all
the escalator's
delicious.
panels. Unbeknownst to
I've
anyone
had
at the
some
time,
chicken
grease
pizzas, and
and
I
various
always think
debris had been collected
like
inside
something
the escalator,
spicy and
and the
juicy
match
goes
soon
really well with
ignited the
chicken, just
cluster.
in case it gets
And
overcooked a
to
little
make
bit.
matters worse, at the time, the escalator in question used wooden panels.
I need to try
What
anchovy
began
on
as a
pizza
small
at some
fire soon
point.
spread out of control.
Maybe
with
the
a
next time
fireball
I go and get a
exploding out of
frozen
the
pizza, I'll get
escalators
a
and
think of
into the ticket hall. Over
those sardines
150
again.
firefighters and 30 fire trucks
Oh
responded
wait, it's
to the
anchovy
flame,
that I've
with
never had.
frontline firefighters needing their colleagues
So I've had
to spray them
sardines
down
now,
with cold water in order
as
to
just a
proceed
cold
into the
like
burning
a couple
station.
of days ago.
Inside,
But
the
I've
flames
still
burned
yet
hot
to
enough
have
to cook tile from the
anchovy.
walls and crack concrete. It took 2 hours
La
for the flame to be
part,
brought under
yes.
control and another 4 to be extinguished. 31 lives were taken in the blaze, and the incident led to a number of reforms being passed, including the replacement of wooden escalators throughout the London Underground. Though, that would take time. The last wooden escalator wasn't replaced with a metal one until 2014.
That's a long
Taking a step
time.
forward, thankfully modern-day escalators are much safer when used and maintained correctly. However, someone would still need to step up and hit that emergency button in case things really go off the rail. But if escalators still give you the jitters, the stairs always promise an elevated workout without all the moving parts.
I'll be honest, if I had luggage, I probably would just take the escalator, but a lot of times I will try to take the stairs if I can help it. I'm still curious as to how that's happening, but I'll wait to check that one out later. That's a long video. So let's see. Perfect heist. Wait, in broad daylight, 7 million? Wait, what? Wait for 335. Oh my god, I swear. There's so many interesting stories out there these days. Okay, I'm gonna
Time to
start this
relax and
one,
let someone else do the investigating. Howard, play the
and
latest
at some
episode of
point,
Mystery
I'm probably gonna go
Morsels.
grab
Yeah,
that
please.
pizza.
But
Just kidding.
How
Oh,
did
it's the
one
talking
bottle
coffee
of
pot.
Coca-Cola kill a healthy
I forgot
22-year-old
about
man?
him.
Why would eating a seafood dinner cause a woman
He
to
wasn't
lose
like
all
in the
4 of
last
her
like
limbs?
4 or
What
8
was found
videos.
hiding in a woman's lung, causing her constant cough for 28 years? How could one chip unceremoniously end a boy's life? And what was the mistake that one man made that turned
Pocky.
his spaghetti dinner into his last supper? All these answered tonight on Mystery Morsels. Uncover the unknown. A seemingly
Wait, I feel like I've
healthy
heard the Pocky
22-year-old
one
man
already.
passed away after drinking a single bottle of Coca-Cola. It was a sweltering hot day, and in the efforts of cooling off, he drank the large bottle of cola quickly. And while he didn't chug it all at once, consuming the entire 1.5 liters in 10 minutes was enough to end in tragedy. When you eat, the nutrients go straight to your liver through the hepatic portal vein. There, the liver sorts and sends these nutrients to where your body needs them, similar to packing and delivering your orders, but for your cells. However, when the young man downed the Coke, an unexpected gas buildup occurred. Not long after quenching his thirst, he noticed swelling and felt intense pain in his upper abdomen, so he got himself to the hospital. A CT scan revealed that the carbonated drink had caused some gas buildup within his intestines, which then leaked into his hepatic portal vein.
Oh no.
The abnormal presence of gas also caused his liver severe damage, having been deprived of oxygen. And after 18 hours in the hospital, the man lost his life.
From soda?
Biochemist Professor Nathan Davies was skeptical that the Coca-Cola was to blame. The chances of downing 1.5 liters of a regular
Yeah, that'd be
soft drink
unlikely,
being
but
fatal
what
would be
what
very,
caused that?
very staggeringly unlikely. Usually, this type of condition is caused because you have some bacteria that has made its way from the normal gastrointestinal tract to somewhere they are not supposed to be. In this case, in the lining of the small intestine.
Yeah,
So it
after
seems like
pizza
while it's
and
not
like
clear
a
what
couple
other
more
factors
videos and whatnot, we
contributed to
might
the
actually
young
try
man's
out the
death,
Super Mario
it
game.
still might be a good idea to watch how much soda you drink.
It's okay.
I definitely want to
drink
get
is
to that
coffee.
one.
Hey, Howard, why did you
A
pop?
2018 review of scientific journal articles have reported that there have been a total of 92 deaths from caffeine overdose.
Howard, I know you're trying to
Caffeine
rattle
overdose.
me, but I can't help but feel like this is your way of showing you care.
The next story should serve as a
I feel like
cautionary
that one's
tale
just
for
gonna
those
be
of us who
something that
enjoy
never goes
undercooking
away.
their meat. If you make one mistake, you may never walk again. For Laura Barajas, a 40-year-old woman from sunny San Jose, California, her world was turned upside down when she decided to make herself fish for dinner. Fresh tilapia she had bought from the
That
local
looks
market.
delicious, though.
Little did she know, this seemingly innocuous dinner choice would
I
set
once
off
had a
chain of
giant
events that would
tilapia in
reshape
a
the
Mexican
rest of her
restaurant.
life.
Uh-oh.
Just
Was
a
a bit
day after
overcooked, but it was
consuming
pretty
the
good.
undercooked tilapia, Laura fell terribly ill. Within no time, she was put into a medically induced coma with her fingers, feet, and even her bottom lip turning black.
That's not good.
Wait, what
It is
happened though?
not.
Wait, did he just...
She was in full-blown sepsis, and her kidneys were shutting down. The doctors were in a race against time, and to save Laura's life, they had to make a difficult decision, amputating all 4 of her limbs to stop the infectious disease from spreading. The initial diagnosis was that the infection was caused by Vibrio vulnificus, known more commonly as flesh-eating bacteria, that causes serious infections.
I've not heard
spreading
of this
quickly
one
in the
in a
body,
long
killing
time.
About 1 in 5 people.
But
how
how
did
did
the
the
bacteria get into the tilapia?
Whoa, freaky.
Well, as the sea warms from May to October, coastal waters are bubbling with activity, especially from multiplying bacteria like Vibrio that thrives in seawater and can easily spread to fish and shellfish. And when your seafood is raw or undercooked, it can be deadly.
Oh, so I
Earlier
might
this
want to be
summer,
glad
a
that the one
Missouri
time
man
I had
died
that
from
tilapia
contracting
was
bacteria
overcooked.
after eating raw oysters from a seafood stand, as well as 2 men from Connecticut and another case from New York. So we know this definitely isn't a one-off incident. When it gets into the human body, flesh-eating bacteria can lead to necrotizing fasciitis, a severe infection where the flesh around an open wound dies. This process happens fast, resulting in the infected parts of the body turning black. When it gets to this point, the only next step is removal of the infected parts before it continues to spread throughout the body. Even with treatment, it can lead to organ failure and even death. While people typically contract Vibrio from raw or uncooked seafood, even an open wound.
Please don't use frozen sushi.
Could become a gateway. Laura's recovery will be an arduous process. Having just
I think
started
if I was
rehabilitation,
having any
she's
serious
under the
problems
attentive
after
care
last
of a
night, I'd already be
dedicated
dead.
medical
Let's be
team.
honest.
While there seems to be some dispute whether her
But I will
advertising
probably never buy
vasculitis
that
was
frozen
caused by
sushi again. That
Vibrio
was a
or
one-off
another
thing.
bacteria. Her story is a reminder that food safety is mortally important.
I would just say if they had that sushi unrefrigerated, it probably would have tasted a lot better. But there would have probably been a risk of it being mishandled and being too warm. So, I had a bad experience, but it's not going to cost me my life.
No, I'm good, thank you.
A 62-year-old woman had been suffering from a persistent and debilitating cough that caused her breathing issues and an inability to do certain things, like blowing up a balloon for her grandson, that plagued her life for almost 30 years.
Wait,
Doctors
what?
couldn't figure out the source of her breathing problems, so Blanca Riveron just lived with it, and frequently got treated for pneumonia and asthma. However, after Blanca began coughing up blood, imaging revealed a dark shadow within one of Blanca's lungs, a mass that could be life-threatening, and doctors hypothesized the worst, lung cancer. After she received her diagnosis, Blanca reached out to her daughter, Melody, who, in a quick flashback, recalled one sunny day in 1984, when her mother had an outburst at the children and inadvertently swallowed a seed from the fruit she was eating, an aspero. Aspero, also known as loquat, has seeds roughly the size of a grape, and Melody pointed to the long-forgotten seed as the source of the shadow. But Blanca dismissed the idea. That was 28 years ago. It simply couldn't be.
I bet it could.
Could it?
Yes?
Well, to address this
I mean,
mysterious mass,
seeds are,
Blanca
you know.
underwent 2 endoscopy procedures in preparation for a major surgery. But just before this surgery, something unexpected happened. While sitting at a traffic light, a violent coughing fit led Blanca to expel the very same Nispero seed from almost 3 decades ago.
Bingo.
Wait, what?
Everything clicked into place. The supposed cancer, the breathing issues, the decades-long mystery of the never-ending cough. All boiled down to this tiny intruder. With the seed gone, Blanca's health saw
Holy
shit.
shit!
Her declaration: I can breathe, I can sleep, my life has changed completely, is a testament to the profound relief she felt.
28
What a
years?
relief. Seeds can't grow inside you. Howard? Howard? Oh no,
In
please.
2010, a 75-year-old man inhaled a pea that later sprouted inside his lung.
That's terrifying.
Yes, would you like to know the most humorous part?
There's a humorous part?
After the successful pea plant removal surgery, the hospital served him a meal with a side of peas. Ha ha.
Our next story is about a boy who was sent to his early grave by a single chip. You probably heard about Pocky's Spicy One Chip Challenge, where after eating a single hot chip, a person has to refrain from reaching for relief as long as they can manage. The chip turns your tongue blue after eating it, and the one who can prove that they have a blue tongue for the longest, before rushing to get ice cream or milk to wash away the hot aftertaste, beats the challenge. And there's a reason why Pocky's individually packaged chips come in an ominous coffin-shaped container, with a large warning section on the back and a logo depicting a snake wrapped around a melting red skull. The booklet in the back even challenges
Ooh,
Face the Reaper.
I saw that
The chip
Naga.
made this year uses 2 of the hottest
That's
peppers
the
in the
one
world
thing I
to
wanna
season
stay
it, the
away
Carolina
away
Reaper
from.
and the Naga Viper, burning your tongue and throat while you try to stand the smoldering sensation.
Reapers are
To put
fine,
things into
ghost peppers are
perspective,
fine,
The Carolina Reaper rates in an
but,
impressive 1.7
Naga's
million
just
units on the Scoville
very
heat scale,
dangerous.
while the Naga Viper is rated around 1.4 million. Meanwhile, the jalapeno pepper, which most people are familiar with, caps out at a much milder 8,500 Scoville units. A 10-year-old girl in Florida was suspended from school when the chip that she brought got 6 students sent to the nurse's office, and Harris Woluba learned
Wow.
the real-world effects a single ultra-spicy chip could have on our bodies the hard way. The 14-year-old sophomore was given the chip by a classmate to
Yeah,
complete the chip
I
challenge
remember
and had
this
to make a
one.
trip to the nurse
Not
with
the
a severe
video, but the
stomachache.
story.
The concerned nurse notified his mother, and
So
Harris
that's the
returned back
kid
home
that
after
ate
school was over for the day. The young teen was
multiple
supposed to be leaving
chips all
soon
in
for
one
basketball
sitting.
tryouts that evening, but his brother found him passed out in the house. Harris was rushed to the hospital, but it was
The
too late.
diarrhea
The
chip.
teenager was pronounced dead within the same day. The autopsy didn't reveal the cause of death. Reacting to the tragedy, Paki, which is under the umbrella of the Hershey Company, took a step back by pulling the infamous chip off of the shelves. The website warns that the one chip challenge is intended for adults only, with the clear and prominent labeling highlighting the chip is not for children or anyone sensitive to
I almost
spicy
want to
foods
argue
or
the
has
kid
food allergies, is
might have
pregnant, or has
lived if there
underlying health
wasn't
conditions. I can
Naga
explain that they have
chili
seen
in
an
it.
increase in teens and other individuals not heeding these warnings, and as a result, they have been working with retailers to remove the product from shelves as a precautionary measure, offering a refund for people who have purchased the chip.
Howard, is the Carolina Reaper the hottest pepper?
Searching? No,
Yeah.
it was recently usurped in October by
It can
over
actually
1
cause
million
some serious
Scoville.
damage to the
Pepper,
lining
named
of the
Chili
stomach.
Pepper X, was grown by
Some people might see
Hucklebutt
the pains
Pepper
all in
Company,
one's
who also
head,
developed the
but
Carolina
like
Reaper 10 years ago. Why do you humans
there's
spend
a
so much time finding
certain
new
level
ways
you
to
don't want
cause
to push
yourselves
past.
pain?
Funny, I was going to ask you
It
the
can
same
become like
question.
caustic
While
and
eating
stuff
junk
like that.
food is a bad enough habit when it isn't designed to hurt you, the subject of our next story shows that even good habits can become life-threatening with just one mistake. A 20-year-old student had made the smart choice of meal prepping and was eating some of the spaghetti he had made earlier that week. The student then left home to exercise, but had to rush back half an hour later feeling unwell. He was overcome
Oh
with
no,
a
I've
sudden
heard of
headache,
multiple
abdominal
versions of
pain,
stories like
and
this.
nausea. After returning home, he started throwing up profusely for several hours and had a couple episodes
When
of
people
watery
make
diarrhea.
meals that
Dejected,
long out, the
young
only
man
time I
decided
will
to
make a
just
meal
go to sleep, hoping to have a better
for
tomorrow.
smaller
But
portions
he
for like a
wouldn't
week is
have
like
a
soup.
tomorrow. The next morning,
But that's because
his
I
parents got
freeze the
worried when it was already
extras.
11 a.m. and their normally active
Refrigerated
son didn't
portions,
emerge from his room. So
you
they
really
checked
have
on the
to.
20-year-old in his room only to find him dead. He never woke
Aw.
up. But why? An autopsy revealed the
Not
presence of
that
Bacillus
spicy
cereus,
when
a
actually
notorious
eating it,
pathogen, which
but it's when it
produces
start-
2 types
yeah,
of toxins that can affect
the
liver,
digestion
causing it to shut
process.
down. It explained the liver necrosis, but where did the pathogen come from in the first place? B. serious poisoning is usually foodborne, so the answer would be found in what the student had eaten last. Before leaving home for basketball tryouts, the young man had reheated some leftover spaghetti and tomato sauce in the microwave. He thought it tasted a bit funky, but shrugged and ate the whole thing. The student had a habit of cooking and food prepping in batches.
When was
so
this
that he wouldn't
posted?
have to
3
think
months
about
ago?
what to make during the week. He would just add sauce to the already cooked spaghetti and heat it up. This spaghetti was prepared 5 days before the incident, and then left on the kitchen counter at room temperature, instead of being refrigerated. And this choice to leave it out had been a grave mistake. Forensics placed the time of death around 4 a.m., approximately 10 hours after.
Oh, this is
eating
even
pasta.
worse than the story I
Similar
remember.
cases of food poisoning with B. serious have killed before, and is often referred to as fried rice syndrome, because it's commonly linked to rice that has been prepared and then left standing at room temperature for several hours to cool down before it's stored. In such conditions, if contaminated with B. serious, the microorganism can spread quickly. Starchy foods like rice and pasta helps the bacteria to become heat resistant and therefore not die when the food is reheated. So, how do we prevent this from happening with leftovers in our homes? Cooked food needs to be chilled promptly after being cooked. Leftovers should not be left out at room temperature for more than 2 hours, especially if
The
the dish
problem is
contains
with me
meat.
and my
If you
family,
thaw
we do
frozen-
this way too often. We will sometimes even make food, and the food that gets cooked will sit there. I've had leftovers that are like 8 hours plus. I would just say sometimes that might lead to like mildly upset stomachs, but depending on what it is, try not to do that. And I should probably tell myself and my family that we should stop doing this. But there will be times when I will wake up. It's like, oh, we got you dinner. And I will be getting up like maybe 3 or 2 in the morning because my sleep schedule is busted. And just like it's still sitting out in a, it's in a container and everything. But it's like this is my food, but this was like 8 hours later after it was gone, and I'm just like, I don't like. Here's the problem with me: I don't like food going to waste, and it's become a bit of a bad habit. If when they get me food, it's not stored properly. I'm a bit better because when I make food and whatnot, I do things differently. They say it's better for the food, or the food will taste better if you let it sit out for like, 30 minutes or something. When I get done cooking, I usually put the extra in the fridge just right away to avoid this from happening. So, It makes me wonder, have I become a little immune to, like, food poisoning? But at the same time, that doesn't mean I'm gonna test it. Just try to, in my advice, avoid doing this as much as possible, and if you ever do anything with pastas or rice, do throw it out. Other things are a bit more lenient, but stuff like this, pastas, meatballs, I'm sure there's other examples, but yeah, watch out. Be very careful.
In food, as a rule of thumb, cook it instead of throwing it back in the freezer. And if it smells or tastes funny,
Now, I
it's
will
best
say what ends up happening in like situations like this that leads it to becoming a death situation is when you, even after it sits out for a long time, you put it back in the fridge. Worse, you let it sit there for days. That's when it can become deadly. I guess in my case, to why it either doesn't end up in an upset stomach, or if it does, it's usually not that bad, is because I will eat it. And like if it's in a situation where they bring in food and it just sits there, I don't fridge anything that, I'm eating. I'll try to eat as much of it as I can and then throw it out. That way it doesn't have to, continue to proliferate in the fridge. Worse, spreading to the rest of the fridge and anything else in there. In other words, just be smart. And if you question something that's been sitting out, don't put it in the fridge. That's when things get more complicated. When you decide, should this go in the fridge? You do not want to get to that question. If you get to the point like, should I eat this or throw it out? That one's a bit more lenient. But do not make the third choice of, should I put it in the fridge? Don't let it get that far.
to just chuck it out.
Huh. Is it weird that I'm hungry right now?
You have been awake for 17 consecutive hours. During that time, you have drank 16 cups of coffee and eaten nothing.
You know what, Howard? You're right. I should have another cup of coffee.
That sounds like me sometimes. I don't do that as bad these days, but it's like, you've had nothing but caffeine. You've had nothing but Monster. You've had what about food? You've been up for like 20 hours, just playing 7 Days to Die. It's like, go do something else. So, let me see if I can find it. That really reminds me of another story, and I would not be surprised if that was a Chubby Emu video. A wife put drain cleaner in husband's coffee. Oh no. Please don't tell me this is another one of those things. My brain tells me that that one's probably going to be an honest mistake. Hiccups, go away. You're making me talk weird. Wait, is this the one? This is like from 2 years ago. Student ate suspicious leftovers for lunch.
Hey, Dr. Bernard here. This video is based on a case that's published in literature. Link is in the description below. I don't intend to scare anyone about food or leftovers. I'll be eating leftovers for dinner tonight, just like I do every day. This was a freak accident happening in a perfect storm sequence of events, as I will show you. I publish a video every month, so if you hit subscribe and the bell for notifications, we can have some leftover food together. A student ate his roommate's leftover noodles for lunch. This is what happened to his limbs. JC is a 19-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with muscle pain.
Wait, he ate his roommates? No, this is a different one, I think. Maybe? Drank glow sticks? What the fuck? How long has this channel been around? Eight silica gel? 5-day-old sushi. I feel like I need to avoid that video. Drink a snow globe. I remember there's a video on here somewhere about somebody drinking a lava lamp. There's the gas station sushi. There's the gas station nachos. I remember these. These were some time ago. 5 years ago. Ah, there's the story I was talking about. I want to rewatch this one. I thought it was him.
A student ate 5-day-old pasta for lunch. This is how his liver shut down. AJ is a 20-year-old man presenting to the emergency room with abdominal pain, nausea, and diffuse bleeding. Paramedics
Well,
were
this is also
scrambling because
back when
kept
he did
vomiting
his
in
thing
the
like
ambulance
very,
until he
very
fell
like thick.
unconscious. AJ was a struggling college student. Like most other people born in his time, he
Check
was looking forward
stream.
to crushing
Oh, I'm so
student loan debt
sorry.
that would
I
wipe
forgot
away
to go
his
back to
entire
special.
adult
That's
life.
really bad of
The
me.
most affordable food for him was cheap pasta, cooked with pre-made sauce. AJ would
Let
make
me
all
also
his food
change
for the
this
week on Sunday.
to-
He'd refrigerate it into containers, and this way he could ration it by day. But sometimes he'd accidentally leave his food out overnight and then eat it the following morning. His friends loved to joke that one day AJ would probably die of food poisoning. Except this time,
Thank you for the
it
hydrate,
wasn't
Zinc.
really a joke.
I feel like the
Earlier in the
worst
week,
thing I've
AJ
ever done,
accidentally left his
and I've
pasta
only
out
ever
for
done
2
this
days.
once.
He typically would have thrown that away, but his roommate didn't
I
know. He
once,
thought it
while I
may
was
have
in
just been out
college,
for a few hours, so he put it back
heard,
into
you know,
the fridge.
really bad
As AJ
advice
reheated the now
to where
5-day-old
pizza,
pasta that was
the
left out
the
for 2
gluten,
days.
the
He thought
acid
it
in
smelled
tomatoes and
kinda
pizza is
strange,
so
but
strong.
he used a different
Let
brand
me
of
get the
sauce
tail
this
for you.
time,
Thank you,
so
thank
he
you, thank
didn't
you.
think too much
We're
of
strong
it.
enough that pizza
Immediately
didn't
after
really need to
finishing
be
the entire plate of
refrigerated
pasta,
after one
AJ's
night.
stomach started to hurt.
So I left
He was
like I
bloated.
ordered the
He could feel
giant
gas
20-inch
build up in his
pizza.
stomach, and the flatulence was so
And I had all I
embarrassing,
could
he had
have,
to
and
go
I was just like,
outside to
this is
air
too
out his
big.
pants.
I was also
A
drinking a
stinging
little bit that
pierced
night,
through
and
his
I'm just
cheeks,
like,
and he could feel his eyes
fast tail as
push out
well?
of his skull
Sure
as he suddenly
thingy.
vomited in a
Speed
way like
time.
never before.
So I left the pizza
That
out
pasta
overnight,
must have been no good,
and then I
he
had the
thought.
rest of it later that
But it's
day.
probably just a little
Stomach
food
was just
poisoning,
mildly
he thought.
upset, but that was
Back
the
in his
worst
dorm
of it.
room now, AJ, in a
But
world of
don't
hurt,
do that.
joked to his roommate Bradley that more than just
Like,
pasta had exited
just
his
don't
body
do that.
from both ends. Hoping that he'd feel better.
'Cause the
he went
one
to
thing
bed, but
you-
before that, he made
you know,
sure to
also have
drink
to
an
remember
entire
is that,
bottle of stomach medicine in the hopes that it would do something for the nausea,
Oh,
vomiting, and
no.
diarrhea. But it wasn't
Right,
enough.
that's what
3
really
a.m.,
killed him, huh?
AJ, laying in a pool of cold sweat, runs to the bathroom to
Pepto-Bismol's
huddle over
kinda
the
not,
sink for a couple
you know,
more hours. As
something
his
you
roommate
really want
goes
to
into the
take,
bathroom, he
let
sees
alone an
AJ
entire
passed
bottle
out
of
on
it.
the floor, his skin and the whites of his eyes a sickly
Let me
greenish
get another
yellow.
sip of water.
AJ gets up and weakly stumbles around before falling down again. Bradley calls
Thank
for
you for the
911,
hydrate.
and AJ's
But yeah,
brought to
just
the emergency room where we
refrigerate your
are
food,
now.
heat it properly.
Given this history of present
Fridge it
illness,
sooner
it's clear that AJ
than,
is suffering from
letting
some
it sit
kind of
out.
food poisoning that's causing liver failure. But to the medical team, that's not immediately obvious. AJ is an otherwise healthy 20-year-old man who wasn't taking any medicines. Given that he's coming from a college dorm and that he's vomiting and then became unconscious, then that kind of sounds like an alcohol poisoning case. The yellowing of his skin and eyes is called jaundice, and it comes from a chemical called bilirubin, something that makes poop brown and is produced from breaking down red blood cells in the liver. If bilirubin is floating around in the blood, making the skin yellow, then it means that the liver is probably damaged, which brings us back to the suspicion of alcohol poisoning, as that can damage the liver. Similarly, another cause of liver damage and unconsciousness in a healthy college-age person could be a drug overdose of which even the roommate may not be aware of, except a blood test finds no evidence of alcohol or drug use. Instead, it's found that AJ has hypoglycemia. Hypo, meaning low.
Low sugar.
Glyce from ancient Greek glycis, meaning sweet, referring to sugar, and emia, meaning presence in blood. Low sugar presence in blood. AJ ate his last meal of spoiled pasta about 16 hours ago. Blood sugar levels spike after eating and level off about 4 hours after, wherein the human body continuously works to maintain normoglycemia. But for AJ, that mechanism isn't functioning, meaning something that's supposed to be releasing that sugar isn't releasing it. Hypoglycemia by itself is a relatively non-specific problem, and it means that you could have several different problems that could be causing it. But given that the liver
What
is
you
the
up
most
to today,
immediate
Zink?
source of stored sugar, then this
I keep reading
developing
Chicken
hypoglycemia
Discord.
could give us a biochemical basis for explaining his fulminant liver failure. You see, the liver is a highly metabolic organ. You can't live for very long without one. Everything that enters your mouth ends up in the liver as it breaks down chemicals and red blood cells, secretes bile for digestion, makes blood clotting factors that stop you from bleeding, and processes proteins among other functions. And it maintains blood sugar levels, bringing us back to metabolism. Sugar, or glucose, is the cell's primary source of energy, and the liver, to perform all of these functions, commands a high demand of cellular energy. Given that glucose is no longer being released from the liver into the blood, then it indicates that there's likely a metabolic problem developing inside AJ's liver. And because fatty acids are oxidized into glucose, which then results into ATP production,
mitochondria is the
ATP
powerhouse of
being
the cell.
major
Yes,
energy molecule of
ATP.
cells, then it means that there's likely fatty deposits growing inside,
Adenotriphosphate.
stopping all essential liver functions.
This
We
is
can
where the
assume here
Pepto-Bismol
that
comes
AJ's
in.
food poisoning from rotten pasta is likely from some kind of bacterial or maybe fungal source, but something's wrong. Typically, food poisoning just causes stomach inflammation, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea. It doesn't typically cause acute liver failure, and even worse, we can't find out which bacteria is causing the problem because culturing it would take days. Days that AJ doesn't have because his liver is quickly shutting down. His response to broad-spectrum antibiotics is limited. Additional blood tests find multiple liver enzymes floating around in his blood at a level 500 times the upper limit of normal, meaning parts of his liver have started to die and are now circulating all throughout his body. His kidneys are starting to fail because analysis of his urine finds blood in it. In liver failure, especially with the presence of bacteria, the body signals to the immune system that something is wrong. White blood cells and inflammatory markers rush to the site and vasodilate the splanchnic arteries. From ancient Greek, splanchnikos, meaning entrails. Because about 30% of systemic blood is in the splanchnic circulation, this volume expansion decreases the effective blood volume. The heart detects this, thinking that the body's lost a lot of blood, and it secretes hormones to tell the body to hold on to water and sodium and to constrict all other blood vessels, including the ones going into the kidneys, preventing blood flow into them, causing acute renal injury, in conjunction to fulminant hepatic failure. If there's no available liver for transplantation within the next day, AJ has minimal odds of survival. The idea of liver failure arising from toxic compounds ingested orally was not understood
I
until
forgot to get the
recent
pizza.
times. In 1778, the ackee tree was
This is
transported
just
to
too
Jamaica
interesting.
from Western Africa by the British. In 1875, unripened ackee fruit was consumed by people, followed by a record of vomiting, hypoglycemia, hyperammonemia, elevated liver enzymes in blood, and fat buildup in the liver. This was named Jamaican vomiting sickness, and it was found 100 years later in 1976 that hypoglycin A is the chemical that inhibits liver mitochondrial activity, leading to fatty acid buildup, hypoglycemia, hyperammonemia, resulting in liver failure. A famous description of aspirin overdose in children in the 1960s was published and named Reye's syndrome. It was noted that children who received aspirin for fever reduction from the flu had a syndrome of hypoglycemia, hyperammonemia, elevated liver enzymes, and metabolic acidosis, symptoms that looked very similar to those who suffered from Jamaican vomiting sickness. We know today that excess aspirin uncouples the electron transport chain in the mitochondria during ATP synthesis, leading to fat buildup and liver failure. Today, any aspirin prescribed for a child is considered a mistake, and at medication dispensing will almost always be substituted for a different drug. For AJ,
Hey,
no
welcome to the
liver
world of the
was
Wake Circle.
available
How are
in
you
time for
doing?
transplant,
Good
and
morning,
autopsy opened
or
the opportunity
afternoon,
for further
evening, whatever time it
investigation.
happens to be.
Liver
Good
histologies
morning.
revealed diffuse
Thank you for the head
microvesicular
taps.
steatosis.
Oh, I
that
forget
is,
what we're doing this. I
small
should get
vesicles of
TRTS
fat
going
that had
again.
accumulated inside
Now
his
that I
liver.
have access to
The
computer
cellular
resources.
necrosis, that is, dead cells, suggested that mitochondrial toxins were at play, meaning that bacteria may not have been the only problem with his spoiled pasta. Post-mortem laboratory experiments and bacterial cultures were developed. Samples of AJ's vomit were collected while he was admitted, in addition to his bile and the pasta that he ate. The bacteria Bacillus cereus was identified as the causative agent. It's a well-known foodborne pathogen that typically causes gastritis, and by itself, the food poisoning that results from
They
it
should be good
is
to go
usually
again, guys.
self-limiting, meaning that one can recover
even do a
from it
task.
through intrinsic bodily function. But for
Hey,
AJ,
banana.
a second agent
What's
was
up,
found.
ya man?
Additional lab methods were used to detect, extract, isolate, and purify the
Hug!
toxin from
Exclamation mark,
Bacillus
hug.
cereus cultures, revealing
Oatmeal
a
brainstorming?
protein
I could do
known
oatmeal, but I'm
as
gonna go get that
cereulide,
pizza in just a little
which
bit.
points us to the
We're
final
watching a
answer
Chubby
of
Emu video,
AJ's
and it's like
case.
always so hard to get
Certain
away from these
strains
because
of
they're so
Bacillus
interesting.
cereus produce cereulide
But it's also
in its
because I'm a little nerdy, I guess you could say.
microenvironment. This protein is an ionophore, meaning it has an affinity for one specific electronically charged ion, namely potassium. For bacteria, excess potassium is beneficial in its survival locally, but in humans, this is highly toxic. Cereulide easily diffuses through cell membranes. Inside, they embed onto the surface of the mitochondria. Human intracellular fluid is potassium rich, meaning it gives this toxin sufficient resources to perform its ionophoresis, incessantly pumping potassium into the mitochondria. This eventually overloads the ability of the mitochondria to perform oxidation required to produce ATP for energy, therefore
Leading to
preventing the
cell
use of
death.
glucose and fats. The gradual swelling of the mitochondria causes it to burst, killing the cell, and
Apoptosis?
on a macroscopic scale allows fat to pool in the liver, causing the entire organ to fail, leading to regional inflammation, splanchnic vasodilation, leading to the heart to release hormones for the body to hold on to water and to constrict the blood vessels of the kidney, causing kidney failure, and releasing ammonia and glutamate that leads to
How are
swelling
people
of the
catching
brain,
things?
ending in
I feel like
death.
after so
All because
long,
AJ unknowingly ate pasta that was
the
left
star
out
eventually just
unrefrigerated
loses
for 2
its
days. The
gravity
final
and
link
just
in this
falls
case
down.
comes not
And if
from the
somebody's
pasta,
there, they
but
get
that
it.
stomach medicine that AJ drank after
Rather than
initially
just disappearing,
vomiting.
I think
Bismuth
it gives it to somebody
subsalicylate is
if they
a
just happen to
salicylate,
be
or more
in the
colloquially
vicinity
known
when it
as
times out
aspirin.
and falls.
Aspirin overdoses,
Maybe.
just like in Rye syndrome, also result in liver failure.
That's my
because
guess, though.
aspirin
I've never
uncouples
actually
the electron
watched it to see
transport
what
chain in
happens.
mitochondria, preventing the conversion of glucose into ATP, causing backup of glucose and the pooling of fats in liver tissue. So adding this medicine overdose to cereulide poisoning resulted in a dual blockade of ATP synthesis and leading to acute liver failure. It's important to note
so
that
it was a
this is
pincer
not
attack.
a typical food poisoning case. Many people eat pasta
He just took
or
the
any
wrong
other kind of
medicine
noodle that
and
is left over for
overdosed
a
it
day or
at the
two,
wrong
and
time.
they're fine. But tragic cases such as this
Good
one
morning,
have
Calamity.
been
How are you
reported
doing?
in literature, and the fulminant
Wait,
hepatic
since
failure is sudden, with a patient
I feel like
expiration happening within hours after
this
presenting
was
to the emergency room.
5 years ago.
Some particularly
We got
tragic
reminded
published
of this and
cases
we had to
are
go
from
and watch
families
the video
who
again.
go out
5
on a
years ago,
picnic with their
2019.
children, only to have multiple small kids under 10 years of age
I wasn't in
suffer from
college,
sudden
but
liver failure
when was
due
I
to
watching
spoiled
this
pasta.
5 years ago?
And the end of those stories are the same as in AJ's case. Be careful of food left out for more
Maybe
than a
it's
few
just one of
hours.
those things
If
I
the
just
food
happened to
smells funny,
stumble on
it's always better to
YouTube
be safe
when I
than
was
sorry.
working.
And for cases like cereulide
I think I was
poisoning,
working.
sometimes there isn't much time left after initially eating the spoiled food, just like for AJ. This case was presented at a grand rounds in Illinois. It's based off of some famous toxic. Hi everyone.
No, that's not what I meant to do.
Eating the spoiled food, just like for
I was
AJ.
trying to January
This case
19.
was presented at a grand rounds in Illinois.
5
It's based off of
years.
some famous toxicology
I don't remember what I
cases
was
that
doing the year
all
before
unfortunately
COVID.
had the same ending. This one modified to teach residents and fellows about acute cirrhosis from microvesicular
Wait, I was
steatosis,
thinking that would have been the year
hepatorenal
before
syndrome,
VTube. No,
and
VTube has only been for
pathogenesis
2
of
years. That was
cerebral edema in
2022.
this particular
Yeah, I don't know what I was
cerebralized
doing the year
poisoning
before
setting.
COVID.
Thank you so much to my toxicology colleagues in
I
helping
probably
me structure
don't want
this
to
video
remember.
to be palatable
I
for
feel
a
like
general
anything
audience.
before COVID is
Thank
just for
you
me
so
best
much for
left
watching.
behind.
Take care of yourself.
There's
and be
some,
well.
yeah, people that have not like updated their thing or whatchamacallit. So I'll pop another Burning Man. Anyways,
A man entered a convenience store with a lottery ticket clutched in his hand. He handed over the ticket, telling the store assistant that he had found it beneath one of the seats in his messy van.
you guys
and
let me
wanted to
catch
check
up
if he
on, or
wanted
tell me
it.
about it
The forgotten
when I get
ticket was
back. I'm gonna
crumpled
go
and
heat the
damaged.
rest of the
The
pizza and I'll be
barcode
right
was
back.
torn at the bottom.
We'll watch a few
The
more.
draw date on
We'll
the
play
ticket
some
was
Super Mario
Wednesday, the
and go from
11th
there.
of March 2009. It was now approaching September. He watched intently as the store assistant squinted at the crumpled piece of paper with meticulous care, punching the numbers into the system, one by one, as the machine beeped in response. Then, a long, sustained note cut through the silence of the store. The man's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the screen, with the word winner blinking up at him. The assistant looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. Mate, he began, his voice tinged with incredulity. These numbers? They're for the jackpot. Edward had won £2.5 million. Edward Putman had a ticket on a new life, and he knew he had to be very careful not to let it slip through his fingers. He was 42 years old, working as a bricklayer, and had been down on his luck after having done some time behind bars in the past. As he left the store, the ticket now secured in his wallet feeling so much heavier now, he pulled out his flip phone. We got it. However, for Edward to claim his prize money, there were still some hoops to jump through. While smaller prizes could be claimed from the kiosks and stores you can play the lottery, for payouts larger than £50,000, things work a bit differently. When you win a significant lottery prize in the UK, you have 180 days to claim it. The standard procedure is to call Camelot, the organization operating the National Lottery in the UK. A winner's advisor will then visit your home. You'll complete a claim form, provide proof of identity to get your age verified, and present your ticket, which is checked for authenticity. However, when Edward phoned Camelot, he ran into an issue. He was initially told that the ticket sounded like it was too damaged to be validated and was advised to send it in for further inspection. Edward wasn't having it. He was persistent enough and managed to convince the lottery operator to send someone to inspect the tattered ticket in person. And while it raised some eyebrows that Edward's winning ticket was due to expire only 10 days later, they nevertheless accepted the ticket and paid out the £2.5 million prize. Edward had become a multi-millionaire. This was life-changing. He wouldn't have to work a day in his life again. With his bank account now full, Edward
wait,
can begin to look
2.5
forward
if you
to the
play
future.
it smart. That is correct. But I feel like
Giles Nibbs was thoroughly
inflation's
unhappy.
gonna make that
6
kind
years
of
had passed since he handed over the winning
play
lottery
it
ticket to his
smart
good
if
friend
you don't want to
Edward,
work again
who
kind
had
of thing.
since backed out of his promise to share the
Thank you for the
jackpot
hydrate, Lily.
prize. With Edward, it hadn't taken long for greed to set in. Even though he opted out of publicity when he claimed the jackpot, in 2012, he was all
I'm gonna
over
guess
the
I didn't
news
miss
for
much so
illegally
far.
claiming welfare benefits. He had, in the meantime, bought 2 sports cars and a new house. But when
Bruh,
it came to give
2?
Giles his cut of £1 million like they had agreed upon, he only gave him a lump sum of £280,000 and later much smaller increments that totaled around £50,000.
Wait, what? Did
Edward-
he? Wait, what? So somebody made this thing for him?
Out of publicity when he claimed the jackpot, in 2012, he was all over the news for illegally claiming welfare benefits. He had, in the meantime, bought 2 sports cars and a new house. But when it came to give Giles his cut of £1 million like they had agreed upon, he only gave him a lump sum of £280,000.
They didn't even give him
and
half
later
of what
much
they
smaller
agreed on?
increments that totaled around
Bruh.
£50,000. Edward's reluctance to pay more
This
and
guy's a
keeping huge
dick.
chunk of the winnings for himself led to increased tension with their once cordial relationship. Giles felt cheated. He began to care less about not drawing attention, openly expressing his discontent to friends and family, revealing details about the lottery, the ticket, and Edward in lengthy one-sided
A
conversations.
Martin
His
Day?
behavior slowly unraveling, Giles decided it was time for a confrontation. The situation escalated when he damaged
March
Edward's
10th?
car.
Is that like
breaking
officially
both
Mario
side
Day?
mirrors, and took his phone in a desperate attempt to convince him to enforce their original arrangement, threatening to expose a dark secret they both shared, hoping to reclaim his share. However, the confrontation backfired, causing Edward to complain to the police.
Mario Day.
Giles was arrested for burglary, criminal damage, and blackmail. Confronted with the possibility of 10 to 15 years of prison time with a charge of blackmail, Giles was overwhelmed and
Oh,
tragically
no.
took his own life before he was due to appear in court.
No.
However, the aftermath of Giles's death and his previous confessions shed light on the dispute, inciting a decade-late scrutiny of Edward's lottery win and ultimately unveiled the truth. And that came with huge repercussions.
Oh no.
Giles had indeed given the ticket to his good friend Edward with 99 more. They had an agreement to split the prize
what?
if they won the jackpot prize. Only they knew the numbers had already won the jackpot. You see, Giles Nibs was actually an insider working in the security department at Camelot as a fraud detection worker. And with access to crucial information about the lottery draw, how the organization operated, and detailed knowledge about winning tickets, he had a plan. Working late one night, he had come across a printed copy of a list of serial numbers for unclaimed lottery tickets. Getting close to the 180-day expiration date, it was unlikely that one of the particular jackpot prizes was going to be claimed by the original winner. All he would have had to do was to create a copy of the ticket with the same lottery number and the correct serial number that would verify the win. But he had a problem. The serial numbers on the list had 2 digits blacked out. Giles quickly found a solution. If he could fill in the 2 missing digits with every combination of 0
It's
to
cool
9,
that they do
he'd
that,
end up
though.
with 100 different serial numbers, one surely
Mario
matching
Day.
the original ticket to the jackpot. Making 100 ticket copies of the same winning numbers with different serial numbers, surely that wasn't too much work to never work a day in his life again. But on top of forging the tickets to look as realistic as possible, he had to figure out a way to bypass verification methods for the winning ticket. The damaged barcode was deliberate. This meant that a lottery stand inside a store would be unable to just scan the ticket. The clerk would be forced to follow standard operating procedure, which is to manually check the visible information on the ticket by keying in the date, lottery numbers, and serial number to their kiosk. And if the serial number didn't match, well, the ticket would just be flagged as invalid instead of being flagged as a fake. Nobody would know. Now Giles only had to find someone to go from store to store, trying different tickets one at a time. He couldn't do it himself. Considering his
Oh.
workplace, winning the lottery would immediately be suspicious. He decided he could trust Edward Putman. Edward ended up visiting 29 different stores, presenting a different ticket at each one, getting closer each time one of them was eliminated. And finally, on August 28, 2009, in a store at High Wycombe, an incredulous employee confirmed that his ticket was a grand prize winner. In the wake of Giles Nibs' death, the truth began to come out. During the months leading up to the confrontation with Edward, Giles had talked about how they were both involved in scamming the lottery, explaining how he had made tickets and how Edward was involved to people close to him. And once the truth was exposed, it all went downhill. The story was followed closely by authorities in 2015. Camelot faced a fine of £3 million by the UK Gambling Commission for breaching its lottery operating license. However, the case against Edward, where he was accused of fraud by false representation, came to a standstill when they couldn't find the forged ticket collected by the organization. And with Edward claiming the ticket was genuine, the case was dropped. Since there was no physical proof to the deception, it seemed like Edward would once again get away with it. However, years later, in 2019, a Camelot employee was able to find the lost ticket, and the prosecution was able to continue.
Oh.
The judge who presided over the case said, "Whatever the exact monetary split you and Mr. Nibs had agreed, You did not pay him what split he felt he was owed. The two of you fell out spectacularly. You have also undermined the public's trust in the lottery itself. You would have got away with this, but quite plainly, you were greedy. Putman was sentenced to 9 years in prison and was mandated to repay almost £940,000 of his illicit gains. Even though he sold almost everything he had at the time, Edward was only able to repay £94,000. As a result, the house that he had bought with some of the ill-gotten prize money was seized for auction. In a twist, the house, despite its derelict condition with fire damage and a portion of its roof missing, was valued at £700,000. The house attracted almost 400 bids on auction and sold for a staggering £1.2 million due to its appealing location. Media reported that even after paying the remainder of his fine, Edward could potentially pocket a whopping $355,000 from his sale, all while behind bars. However, according to the Crown Prosecution Service, the court can still confiscate more from Putman. In the end, the scheme that had once seemed foolproof when Giles figured out how to trick the lottery system became Edward's downfall. And while Edward was able to get away with his crimes for 6 years, his greed got the better of him. Now, it seems he'll spend more time in prison than he ever did enjoying the high life.
That was an interesting twist, but yeah. I mean, he did it to himself. He did that to himself. So let's see this Burning Man thing.
Time to relax and watch someone else do the investigating.
Mushroom
Howard,
pizza delicious, by the
play
way.
the latest episode of Mystery Morsels.
Error. Keyword not detected.
Oh, please?
When nature gives onlookers a cringeworthy surprise, or when the desert comes alive in the most unexpected ways, discover the city that couldn't stand an hour's downpour, the woman with a mind-boggling tenant, and the watery abyss that held the key to a chilling cold case. All these and more, tonight on Mystery Morsels. A video posted on TikTok showing a bear with white strands protruding from its behind is going viral, with viewers shocked at the caption, "A tapeworm living inside a bear can reach lengths of 30 feet or more." While the revelation of the parasites so openly trailing behind the bear might look odd to some of our viewers, it turns out that these tapeworm infestations are actually pretty common in the Alaskan bear habitat.
Okay, wow, that's grisly.
Especially noticeable in trail cam footage showing the worms poking out from the rear side of both black and grizzly bears. So how exactly do the parasites get into the bears?
Howard, pause.
Why?
That's
He asked a
crazy.
question. I want to think about my answer.
Unpausing.
Tapeworm eggs start their life cycle in the water, released from an infected bear. Small crustaceans consume these eggs, starting the infection process. When these crustaceans become a meal for salmon, they also become carriers of the tapeworm larva. And when bears eat the infected salmon in a hearty feast, they allow the tapeworm larva to grow into adulthood inside them. The peculiar food chain continues when the worms become big enough to leave the bear, expelling themselves from the rear end of the digestive tract, and the
Mama,
eggs
you better wash your
eventually find
hands.
themselves back in the water. Despite the slight discomfort the tapeworms might cause, most bears are able to maintain their daily activities without much hindrance. So can humans be affected by these parasites?
Howard, pause.
The TV can't hear you.
Just wanted to mentally prepare myself for the new information.
Unpausing.
We aren't exactly spared from these sneaky invaders. A growing fondness for sushi and salmon sashimi has seen an increase in human tapeworm cases, turning a delightful meal into a very unpleasant surprise. Fish needs to be either cooked properly or frozen below -4 degrees Fahrenheit or -20 degrees Celsius for 7 days to be safe from tapeworm parasites.
Talk about giving tapeworms the cold shoulder.
It seems like surprise guests are nature's specialty. Burning Man's wildness peaked when Mother Nature introduced 70,000 attendees to unexpected visitors, three-eyed dinosaur shrimps. Copious amounts of rainfall turned the Nevada desert into a stage of mud, stranding everyone, with organizers warning attendees not to leave the area, and even four-wheel drives found themselves struggling. What really stole the spotlight, though, wasn't the giant sculptures or celebrities in attendance. The desert floor transformed into a bustling stage,
as extremophiles, creatures adept at surviving the harshest conditions, woke up from their years or even decades-long slumber, reviving with enough rainwater. This shrimp is called a triops, also called dinosaur shrimp, that look like a miniature horseshoe crab. The third eye lets them detect changes in light. We also saw brine shrimp, which are also commonly known as sea monkeys, the tiny aquatic pets you can purchase as a powder and activate with water. So how do these animals make it to Burning Man? The Black Rock area, home to the famous Burning Man festival, is actually a lake bed once covered by a prehistoric lake, nurturing a thriving ecosystem. Even as millennia passed and the waters receded, these remarkable creatures adapted, laying dormant in the sediment with their ability of tolerating drought conditions. Here's how it works. The eggs wait for enough water to return so that they can hatch. With the amount of rainfall the desert receives, the puddles of water that form are the perfect environment to finally hatch and reach adulthood in about 8 days, and hatch a new batch of eggs that can lay dormant for 20 to 27 years. Burning Man wasn't the only place that got waterlogged. Life in New York City was totally disrupted when record-breaking torrential downpours up to 8 inches caused flash floods. Many of the subway systems, streets and highways were affected by the flood. Videos posted on social media show water pouring into stations, people wading through knee-high water in streets, and people stuck in their homes. Governor Kathy Hochul declared a state of emergency across New York City, Long Island, and the Hudson Valley, warning people to never attempt to travel on flooded roads. Central Park also got its fair share of rain. A sea lion from the Central Park Zoo called Sally briefly escaped her enclosure when the water rose high enough, allowing her to swim out of the exhibit and explore the flooded surroundings of the Zoo Plaza under the careful watch of the staff to make sure she was kept safe, before returning to her enclosure with 2 other sea lions. Parts of Brooklyn saw more than 7.25 inches in a single hour, while John F. Kennedy Airport recorded 8 inches, the rainiest day since records began in 1948. Earlier this month, Hong Kong flooded with an unprecedented 6 inches of rain pouring down between 11 PM and midnight, the highest hourly downpour since their records began in 1884. Eerie videos circulating online showed metro platforms transformed into cascading waterfalls, submerged cars and people being swept away, while the normally busy streets between skyscrapers turned into a network of rivers. To give some context on how much rain both New York and Hong Kong had to endure, Hurricane Katrina had rainfall slightly above 1 inch per hour.
Oh, wait, Howard, pause. 1 inch per hour?
I forgot all about that.
In Hong Kong and New York?
6 and 7 inches per hour, respectively.
My goodness! If my calculations are correct, that's a lot more.
The human calculator, everyone.
Speaking of unprecedented happenings, a neurosurgeon in Australia pulled a living, wriggling worm from a woman's brain.
I remember
the
this
first
story.
Documented case in history. But how did it get there? The 64-year-old patient had been suffering from a series of mysterious symptoms that left doctors baffled for weeks. First, she had persistent abdominal pain and diarrhea. Then she started getting night sweats and a dry cough.
Sounds horrible.
When doctors found lesions on her lungs, liver and spleen, things started to look like a bad infection. However, when tested extensively for sources like bacteria, fungi, parasites, and as a last resort autoimmune diseases, all came up negative. After running a fever and with none of the symptoms resolving, medical staff conducted some CT scans that revealed her lung lesions had actually migrated. Months passed and her symptoms escalated. The woman started to become forgetful and had signs of depression. The woman's GP was determined to find an answer. An MRI revealed an unusual glow in her frontal lobe. Initially suspected to be a sign of cancer or an abscess, the medical team was stunned to discover the true culprit. Dr. Harry Priya Bandy, the operating surgeon, saw something unusual inside the folds of the patient's brain. It was moving.
Oh, goodness.
She quickly grabbed the forceps and pulled on it, unearthing the live pinkish red worm about 8 centimeters long from where it was lodged in the brain tissue. It continued to move with vigor. We all felt a bit sick, Bandy later said about the operation. The worm pulled out of the woman's brain was identified as Ophidascaris robertsi, a parasitic roundworm usually hosted
This
by
wasn't really all that
carpet
long
pythons.
ago, was
This
it?
incident marked the first documented case of a human infection caused by the parasite.
Oh, how did it get there?
Normally, these infiltrators live out their life cycles between serpents and rodents. Adult roundworms hatch eggs into the snake droppings, which are eaten by rats or possums, who carry the larva that tunnels into their flesh. The pythons then feast on the infected rodents, and the merry-go-round of life continues on.
More like scary go-round.
So how did the woman get infected?
Yes, how?
Probably from eating a salad.
Excuse me, pause. Howard, set a reminder that says don't eat salad and have it repeat every day.
Adding salad to a rational fear database.
The medical team suspects the infection might have started from the accidental consumption of the worm eggs. You see, she foraged salad greens next to her house where the snakes cohabit. Since the eggs probably hatched in her body, she likely didn't wash her salad properly. So how did it get inside her brain? The worm's larva can travel through the body by dissolving tissues, causing significant damage. Following the discovery, the woman was treated with antiparasitic medications. A man missing for 9 years was found on Google Maps. One of the biggest mysteries in the quiet corner of Byron Township in Michigan was the sudden disappearance of Davy Lee Niles. He went missing for 9 years, and it all could have been solved by a glance at Google Maps. Davy was last seen leaving Jake's Bar on October 11th, 2006. At the time of disappearance, he was 67 years old and was recently diagnosed with cancer, which led to him showing signs of depression. He was a regular at Jake's Bar and had asked a friend to meet up with him there, but had to leave abruptly, stating being uncomfortable due to his cancer. After leaving, he seemingly vanished without a trace. For years, the search for Davy proved fruitless, and the case ran colder than a Michigan winter. After 5 years later, the family gave up on their relentless search for Davy, having to come to terms with their loss. They published an obituary reading, "Davy Lee Niles, age 72 of Wyoming, passed away, and only God knows the time and place."
Oh no.
Almost a decade after Davy went missing, a Christmas miracle happened with an unlikely discovery.
Oh?
Brian Hausman was high up to hang Christmas lights and decorate the massive tree outside Cook Funeral Home when he noticed something unusual in the pond nearby from his vantage point. Something was submerged in the muddy water, the outline clearly visible from where he was standing. "Whoa, there's a car out there," was his immediate reaction. Hausman quickly called the sheriff's department to notify them about the submerged car. From there, police dove into action and were able to surface the submerged vehicle. They ran identification. It belonged to Davy. A wallet found inside also had his ID, and skeletal remains were sent to be formally identified. Hausman, who found the vehicle, later said that from right next to the pond, no one could ever see it. It was murky and things moved around. Astonishingly, it was later discovered that the submerged car had been clearly visible on Google Maps for many years, if only anyone had been fishing for clues. It was Hausman's unique vantage point that unveiled the clue that had been hiding in plain sight, and the car was towed out of the water shortly after.
Oh, I can even see the tracks.
Bringing an end to a long-standing mystery
I couldn't
and offering
see
the grieving
anything.
family a semblance of closure. Our journey tonight has come to a close. Join us at Mystery Morsels next time as we delve deeper into the unexpected.
Well, Howard, that sure got deep, but I think we learned a lot today.
Such as?
Well, turns out there's so much more out there to be terrified of. I never thought I'd add salads and worms to the list.
Now you know how it feels to watch one of your videos.
Okay, I've got one slice of pizza. I could probably power through one pizza in one video and then start Mario. So what looks most appealing? Cooked chicken and night what? Drain cleaner? Burger! What's most appealing? Banana phone. I see what you did there, Ashley. That's a good one. Little cutie. Audio tape? Horrifying discovery? I kind of want to watch both of these. I'm not gonna lie, but at least this one stays in order if we go 2 a day. Wait, I love when they do this. A girl drank 2 bubble teas a day. This is how her body shut down. They love throwing references to Chubby Emu sometimes.
Out for a
I'm
hike on
glad
the
to see that they
mountainside,
still
you suddenly
do that.
find yourself in an unfamiliar patch of forest. You thought you were on the trail, but now you're lost somewhere inside the woods. Your phone isn't picking up a signal, and as the hours turn to days, you hope that someone has noticed your absence and called for help. And then you hear it, a helicopter. Sprinting through the trees towards the sound, as you break into a clearing, you see them, rescue operators, searching for you. They take you aboard the helicopter, and as you settle into the relief of being rescued, one of them says something strange. Good work on that SOS sign. We might not have found you without it. You're confused. You never made an SOS sign. And yet, there it is, in the clearing below you. But if you didn't, then who did?
Oh! This is gonna be good.
July 24th, 1989. The climbing trail along Mount Asahidake on Japan's northernmost island of Hokkaido was the scene of a search and rescue operation. 2 hikers had been reported missing the previous night, but due to poor weather conditions, the search was only beginning now. At just over 7,500 feet, Mount Asahi is the highest mountain on the island of Hokkaido. At its base is a small hot spring resort village by the name of Asahidake Onsen, consisting of a dozen buildings plus a youth hostel, a few hotels, and some wooden lodges. It's a popular destination to explore Daisetsuzan National Park, Hokkaido's largest national park, and the hiking trails around it. Using a ropeway, interested hikers can access the paths along Asahidake, including the one that our 2 hikers got lost on. The hiking trail on Asahidake starts off easy around the upper ropeway station, and then becomes more difficult as you proceed to the summit. Making things even more difficult is one of the landmarks for the correct trail, nicknamed the Safe Rock, looks dangerously similar to a fake safe rock, which leads to an area with deep bamboo growths that is apparently easy to enter and difficult to leave. These days, the ropeway websites provide live footage of Asahidake and contains a number of warnings for interested hikers, detailing how important it is to come prepared, how quickly the weather can change, and how
I usually end up like
immediately call the
staggering one day late.
Local maps, signs,
because every time I go up to use it, it's like you must wait till so and so.
Visitors to make
so
sure
I don't
they
get to
have the
use
right
it till the day after
like a
it's
compass,
like available
a map,
again.
Food and water, whether they're hiking or hitting the ski hills. However, at the time, the lost hikers wouldn't have been able to whip out their smartphone, find a signal, and give the authorities a call. But fortunately for them, the owner of the hotel the 2 were staying at reportedly noticed that they hadn't returned that night and contacted the authorities. But given poor weather conditions in the evening, rescue operations had to begin the next day. As the search and rescue operation unfolded along the mountainside, ground crews searched along the hiking trail as a police helicopter flew around the mountain. Then, the helicopter spotted something, the letters SOS, indicating someone was in distress. The letters were 16 feet long and 10 feet wide, made of downed birch trees laid along the ground in a clearing on the mountainside. It was clear as, well, a clearing to rescuers now that the rain was gone. The distressed hikers were down there, and they were in trouble. Landing in the clearing, the rescue crews soon found the hikers emerging from the nearby woods and brought them back to the helicopter. As they took off, they complimented the hikers on the SOS sign. Without it, finding the 2 would have been much more difficult. But the hikers were confused. What SOS sign? They hadn't made anything like that. The authorities were stunned. If these 2 hadn't made the sign, that left them with a terrifying question. who had. This left the police with what we in the mystery-solving biz call a pickle. If the missing hikers they'd just rescued hadn't made the SOS sign that drew them in, that meant that there might be another lost soul down there, awaiting help. And another person in distress meant another rescue operation. But it turns out that the sign had been there much longer than they had initially expected. See, the Japanese Forestry Service took aerial photographs of the region to help survey the area for topographical maps every 5 years, the last of which had been back in 1987. And when investigators looked, there it was. The letters were hard to see and easy to overlook, measuring a whopping 0.9 millimeters or less than 0.1 of an inch in the photograph. But they were there, which told investigators that, at the very least, the letters were 2 years old. However, when they checked the photos from 1982, there was no distress message to be seen. So, the message had been left sometime in the 5 years between. On July 25th, 1989, a second rescue operation began to investigate the site of the mysterious letters and hopefully find whoever left them. And soon, rescuers found who may have been the one responsible. But not in the way they had hoped. In a grisly scene, rescue operations found human bones scattered about the site and scratched with bite marks. Time, exposure to the elements, and presumably hungry foxes and other scavengers had left behind no skin or flesh, making identification impossible. Even more disturbing, some of the bones were fractured in such a way that indicated the person had been injured while still alive. During the search, authorities turned up another clue: a backpack filled with personal belongings. At first inspection, there didn't seem to be anything too out of place within. Toothpaste, soap, a towel, a cassette player, and 4 cassette tapes full of theme songs of popular anime from the time. But upon further investigation, one of the tapes was found to contain something unexpected. A distressed man shouting
Oh my
out a
god, it's
cry for
Windows
help.
95?
Translated, the tape's contents became, SOS, help me. I can't move on the cliff. SOS, help me. I am at the spot where I first saw the helicopter. The sasa is deep and I cannot go upwards. Lift me up from here. Sasa is a kind of bamboo that grows around the mountain, and it's clear that a deep growth of it, like that near the fake safe rock, was keeping the mysterious victim from going somewhere. And there was something odd about the tape. The man mentions being near a cliff, saying he can't move, but neither the bag nor letters were close to a cliff. Plus, while the items in the bag may have been fine for a beginner hiker, they weren't as much equipment as you'd probably want when tackling a more advanced hiking trail. And then, another curveball. When the bones were sent away to Asahikawa Medical University, analysis showed that they were the remains of a woman with type O blood. And now, investigators had the pieces to a puzzle that didn't seem to fit together. A bag, presumably belonging to the man shouting for help in the tape, the bones of an unknown woman, the giant SOS sign, and a cry for help that had been there for at least 2 years. What had happened on the side of Mount Asahidake?
It sounds like even more than one. You know, more than one.
As the mystery
cases
thickened,
going on here.
the police were handed a new thread to follow from an unexpected source. While investigating the scene, a reporter for Hokkaido TV station HBC made a discovery: a hole under some roots that seemed to have been occupied at some point. Inside, the reporter found a number of personal items that included a driver's license for one Iwamura Kenji. Iwamura was a Konan City man who had gone missing while on a hiking trip to the very same mountainside 5 years prior, well within the range of time that the SOS sign was built. With a name, police had a lead they could finally pursue. They approached Iwamura's parents, and when asked to confirm the identity of who they had found, they weren't certain about the voice on the tape, which brought up another question.
Wait, what?
If the voice on the tape wasn't Iwamura, then who was it? Plus, there was another question in the minds of investigators. If Iwamura was the one to make the sign, then how did he do it? Police weren't able to find an axe, and Iwamura didn't seem the kind to do manual labor, especially under distress. In fact, a coroner's report believed he would have been unable to lay all the logs on his own. And who was the mysterious woman whose bones were found? Well, to break some
From
of the
4
mystique
months
over
ago,
the
I've not
story,
heard of this
the
story.
Asahikawa Medical University had made a mistake during their initial analysis. Initially, after Iwamura's belongings were found, investigators thought they were now on the trail trying to find 2 missing people, a woman and a man. After revisiting the bones, however, they found that the remains actually belonged to a man with blood type A, matching Iwamura's description. And that's where the case went dark. While his parents weren't sure about the voice on the tape recorder, they were sure about the belongings in his bag. They belonged to Iwamura. So, whose voice was on the tape? Well, Iwamura, probably. Look, you'd expect parents to recognize
It would
their
make more
child's
sense
voice,
to refer
but
to him
would
as
you expect them
Kenji.
to recognize their soft-spoken son's voice when it was screaming for help? How
'Cause that
about
would be the
screaming into a
English
tape
thing to do.
recorder that has been left outside for 5 years in a tone most likely meant to be played on repeat to hopefully catch someone's attention? Cassette tape recordings get a bit distorted at the best of times. Add in potential repeated usage to play the distress signal out, and 5 years of exposure to the elements during which they didn't hear anything from Iwamura, and it's not out of the question that the voice just became unrecognizable. And while police weren't able to find an axe or a tool that could cut through birch trees, that's not to say there wasn't one. We already know that animals chewed on Iwamura's bones. It's certainly not out of the question that one may have moved an axe. It may have also been picked up by a hiker, or maybe it's just still there, waiting to be found. Iwamura's
Getting
driver's
clapped?
license was found in a hole by a reporter.
Maybe a
It's not
rageful
exactly a reach to
clapping,
think that there may be other things somewhere on the mountainside that have
but
yet to
that
be
doesn't
discovered.
sound
Or
like
maybe he made the SOS sign out of fallen
even
trees.
slightly
Sure, that's a lot of trees to find fallen over on the side of a mountain, but
ecstatic.
strong winds and
Box
storms
is
have a habit
located
of doing that.
at.
So, what about the cliff? Iwamura mentioned in his tape that he couldn't move down from a cliff, especially not with broken bones, right? But his bones weren't found near a cliff. Well, let's look at the options. Suppose the weather could have moved Iwamura's bones, like a flash flood or avalanche carrying them down from the cliff. But given that his bones were found near the SOS sign he presumably built,
That's interesting.
that feels like more of a stretch than a snapped rubber band. So it might be best to look at other options, like what if he was able to move after making the tape? After all, Iwamura never said his leg was broken in the tape, just that he couldn't move from his position. But getting desperate, he may have taken his chances and pushed on despite the danger, and moved to a clearing where he could make a sign. Sure, he wouldn't have been able to make a sign like that out of fallen trees in a single day, but who knows how long a time he built it over. Plus, people have been known to push themselves past their usual boundaries in life-threatening situations. And given that cutting down trees on a mountainside can be dangerous, it's quite possible that finishing the sign is how he broke those bones. There is one other small possibility, though. Maybe Iwamura didn't lay the SOS sign at all.
Punch.
With the bag and the hole
just like
located
Ark
nearby, anybody
Minecraft
could have left it between
survival
1982
game.
and 1987, and 5 years is a long time. It could have been that other hikers got lost upon the mountain and laid the sign, only to find their way back or, well, meet the same fate. Whatever the case, the tale of Iwamura is a sad one. Left lost upon an unfamiliar mountainside, crying out for help, but never receiving an answer. At the very least, one of his cries for help seems to have saved the lives of others who got lost in the same locale. The SOS incident on Asahidake is a tragedy and a good case of why it's important to be prepared when you go for a hike. Make sure you have the proper equipment, know the trail,
Oh, so
and
it's still a
travel
cold
using the buddy
mystery?
system whenever possible. And these days, having a phone on hand with access to GPS maps is always a plus.
Well then, I was expecting more and more things to be put together. Well. I guess we'll figure that one out in the future. For now, Let's see, where's the source? Let's go. I said let's just go to the retro tab. Be the simplest thing to do. And we'll do Super Mario BG Armageddon. Assuming I'm spelling this right. Only one G. Hiccups go away. Okay. This is guys, even I don't know what I'm getting into. All I know it's gonna be a difficulty ROM hack, but it's not, you know, as morbid as it could possibly be, but it will be a challenge. A fun one. Let's see, so let's get the thing going. The source should still be on. Okay, it's gonna show up. Nice. Nah, I don't have one of those fancy things. Besides, I'm pretty used to playing on EMU. But, the SNES would be one that I would probably prefer over anything else if I had the chance to get one. Just because the latency for SNES stuff is the most notable of the emulators. Jump, 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 jump. So here we go, guys. This is Super Mario RPG Armageddon. Yo, what's going on, Cheeto? How's it going? Welcome in. Let's follow in the places of our Zelda run and name our Mario Menhera, just to continue the tradition. Yeah, Super Mario RPG, but unlike, probably what you're used to seeing. Yeah, we did Java Java today. I think we made it to the hook shot. We stepped inside of the forest temple, and then we had to go play Helldivers. So the next time we play, we're starting our first adventure with adult Link to find what happened to Saria, who's apparently a sage now. Vamos. So this is where things are going to start to get different. Get numb, did you? Sure she is. Hello. Welcome to Super Mario RPG Armageddon. This is a free fan-made ROM hack. If you paid money for this, you were ripped off. This is a very different... You mean this is... Wait, I'm dumb. This is very different from the original game. There are many new changes and features. One important change is timed hits and blocking. You should practice these before you continue. Shall we begin? Sure. Okay, very important. Let's practice the second timing. What does that mean? For your normal punch, press A just before the second hit. If you see a flash, it means you landed the second timing. Blocking has also changed. You can also block spells. Try to defeat this Terrapin. Good morning, Joker. How are you doing? I had it right the first time. So now I'm pressing too early, so if I delay just a little bit... Nah. I have no idea how to block spells. ABXY colors, little scuff. I'm pretty sure that was changed intentionally. That's the way. Good job. Every weapon... Wow, I can't speak English. Every weapon has a second timing. Blocking is very important for reducing damage. Be sure to learn the timings. Remember, you cannot block group attacks. So Baroy... Oh! Group attacks. This is the normal mode for players looking to relax and enjoy the game at their own pace. Many new surprises await you. Good luck and have fun. This is still more difficult than the original game. There is actually a hard mode of this game. However, to access the patch file, you have to go through 6 different folders that warn you that you do not want to do this. And I made it through the 6 folders and be like, you know what? Okay, let's just play it normally once. Also, I would like to move with the stick. Let me change my input a little bit. Let's go up, left, down, right. Yeah, I don't like to move with the D-pad. So let's look at a couple of things. Galaxy coins? That's not the proper colors from the Japanese version. Definitely not the American too. Yeah. It's... You know, the menu looks blue. So I imagine they're, you know... They've definitely done something with intention. Whatever it was, I'm sure we'll find out. Wonder where all the hidden items are gonna be and stuff. Oh, that's right, you double tap. I've not played this game in so long. So you still skill with a different button than you confirm with. Yeah, the changing to the timing is probably going to be the most unique thing about this. Free shrooms. Three quick runs at 2:30 a.m. Star Citizen turned into 6. Oh no, you've been up late? Are you being a bad girl? Or are you just having fun tonight? 1500 HP, holy fuck. I will use this though, just in case. Bruh, why did they change their attack all of a sudden? They've changed to a tackle. The timing is definitely not easy. This is roughly going to be the time I'm leaving for work on Monday. Oh god. You're in for an interesting time. Mario reaches level 2. Pick a bonus. I feel like I forget how to even build anybody. But I want damage. Give me damage. Night night Ashy. Take it easy, sleep well. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Night night. If you are on VR chat anyways, but night night. Welcome back in Defect. How are you doing today? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it happens to be for you, welcome on in. We are taking a look at an interesting spin on a classic. This is Super Mario RPG 7 Stars Armageddon. Don't let Bowser win, Mario. Mario, prepare yourself for the great beyond. Me? What a joke. Put some muscle into it. Mario, the rope. Aim for the rope. Air punch. What was that sound? Oh, they changed the chain and chomp. Yeah, they got Shy Guys going on now. No. It's a chain reaction. That used to be a pun, I guess. Hang on, Chandelier. Hey. Coming, Mario? Fight, Mario. Fight. This should finish you. Fight, oh. Why are you crying? You think I was just gonna give her to you? You're always in my way. This is it. I'm going to take you out, Mario. Ugh. Foiled again. Tumble, tumble, tumble. Oh, Mario. You had me so worried. Let's get out of here. Shriek. Mario, it's going to fall. I'm going to fall. It's the Master Sword. Super Mario RPG. The Pipe House. Hey Mario. Lots of people use something called a door to go in and out of their houses. This was just the whole intro? Yeah. Anyway, I came by to pick up the princess and she's a bit late. Da 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 da. I didn't even know that was an option. Hey, it's Yoshi. If you recognize it, it'd be from whatchamacallit. You think there's anything hiding? I'm gonna be jumping on a lot of people's heads, aren't I? Be careful. There are rare and powerful monsters out there. You can't see them, so one might pop out of nowhere. There's supposed to be an item that helps you find them more often. But that sounds more dangerous. Yep, Super Mario 3. Okay, there might not be one. Mario, looks like you're off to another adventure. Check back from time to time and I'll try to find some helpful items. Do you have anything now? Hey, I thought the princess was here with you, Mario. Where is she? Mario? What's with the silent treatment? He's a silent protag now. You're not telling me something. It's Bowser again, isn't it? Oh God, Opera's after me. Oh no, here we go again. Mario, would you please bring her back like you always do? Luigi, Mario, it looks like you're off for another adventure. I wish I could join, but I've got errands to run. Maybe another time? Sure thing, little bro. I guess we're off to Bowser's Keep. Luigi! Mamma mia! Now I gotta download it? You gotta check it out, yeah. Armageddon. Halt. Who goes there? A trespasser. This castle now belongs to us, the Smithy Gang. It's our first step towards taking over this world. And if it weren't for nosy characters like you, we'd practically own this world. So let's see you deal with this. Munch, 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 jabba, 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 jabba. The sword used rap music to create a bridge between him and the rest of the world. It's a shame that Mario only has, what is this, 16-bit? 16 bits to encode on? Toad? You're back so soon? Did you forget something? No? What happened then? Time to recreate things. I love this game. The bridge to Bowser's Keep is out now? Just wonderful. We must inform the Counselor of the Mushroom Kingdom at once. Let's go, Mario. Mushroom Way. I want to fight. Shroom. Oh, I get it now. There's a small flash and a big flash when you time the second one perfectly. Level 3. Would recommend the site CD Romance, since they have links to the pre-patched ROM. Oh, interesting. I'll keep that in mind. I didn't know that was a thing. Attack, defense, fire orb. I guess this time I'll take some extra HP. That was, not much. But we'll take it. They have a lot, but not everything? Understood. So this is probably the normal fire orb, right? Damn, that takes 4. Oh wait, does leveling up not increase or restore your stuff? A refresh room? What does that do? Had issues installing the English translation for Phantasy Star Portable 2 Infinite. But the site had it on this, so I just got it from there. Oh, interesting. 3,000. Tackle. Oh, hi. That was, they're gonna be hiding everywhere, aren't they? How much does that item give? And grants double damage? Cool. Maple syrup. Oh, that's a lot of them. The timing is so strict. Phew. My life was flashing before my eyes there for a second. Here's something in return. Energizer. Like the battery? Doubles one ally's damage. I'm gonna use a shroom because I don't know what's up in, or what's ahead, or you know, what's up ahead. The little sneaky one's still here. if you don't get the timings, you do like no damage. So there's nothing hiding over here? It's a lot of gooba. Okay, maybe I don't need to fight every one of them. At least until I get an AoE attack. Mushroom. Special this time. A lot of enemies without AoE gets for realsies. Any RPG game. That's why Mallow's so useful once you get him. Ooh, that one had money. Toad! Oh, I guess we're fighting them anyways. Munchy, munchy, munchy. Pain Pekka. I wasn't paying attention. Boy, that was a close call. Here's a token of my appreciation. The vest. Why are you giving me equipment now? I won't say no. Wow, that's a big jump in attack. Why does armor give me so much attack? I mean, I'll take it. This is like a weaponized bulletproof vest or something. Which way did you go, Toad? I feel like wait, what? What is this? This is totally not vanilla, is it? No, don't go back. Okay, so we were going the right way? Thank you for the head pats, Jen. A fine shroom. What do you think that does? 3,000. No secret items. I guess what are those things called? Lackey Koopa? Guess we won't be fighting that one. I wanted to see if he would give anything. Lackey 2! Yeah, I could not remember. Hey, you looking at me? My hammer and I do not like you. Mario, you better be careful. He's definitely got a mean streak. Now you got my hammer angry. You shouldn't have done that. Oh, I don't have magic. I guess level ups do not give you your magic back. Wait, was that a Mario 64 item? That is a right disgusting text box. Why repeatedly? Oh, that's a lot of damage. Depending on how much HP he has. It's hammer time. Surely it can't be that bad. Okay. Yoshi! Yeah, the blue background. That's definitely an Armageddon thing. I think they replaced the purple with the blue. I'm thinking this game's telling me if the boss buffs itself up, do not continue to attack. I will take more damage. Yeah, the blue background, I will say it's not the best choice. So it makes me wonder, was it purely for the galaxy theme thrown in? Thanks, Mario. I was running so fast that I wasn't watching where I was going. Mushroom Kingdom's just ahead. We're almost there, Mario. Hey, where did this hammer come from? Do you know what this is? It has the Hammer Bros insignia on it. No one stands a chance against you when you whomp them with this. So now we're committing murder and theft. You never know, it might come in handy. Got the hammer. Let's get a move on. I'll see you in the Mushroom Kingdom. Okay, Speedy boy. I haven't seen the Princess Peach lately. Wait, Bowser's got her. I keep saying Bowser. Bowser's got her again. All I do is cook and clean. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Speaking of Yoshi's Island, The game of the SNES is the first game I remember really wanting to get since, once it was released. You were a huge Yoshi fan when you were younger? Oh, interesting. I think he was like my favorite character on Mario Party games, funny enough. One, two, three. Think if I practice enough, I'll jump as high as you, Mario? Sure. Yay! I love this scene. Hyper Toad. Yoshi's Island GBA was the first video game you ever owned. I remember you saying that, I think. Look what you're standing in. I remember that. Crocodile? Huh. Foreshadowing. Ryan isn't just a friend anymore. We're getting married. Were they supposed to know each other? Huh, let's get hitched in a few years. Don't miss the one-time secret chest in the castle. The one that you have to sit like on the back of somebody's head for. Wait, what is that? The door rejects your entry. Item shop. I order you to stand before me. I now order you to jump. I now order you to jump. In this world, there are things called hidden treasures. Use your awesome jumping ability to look for them. Can I jump on top of that one? I forget where, but I know there's a double... Oh. Pretty early on somewhere. Okay, not here. Hack might have fixed it, but yeah, who knows? We'll find out. What do you think you're doing? Get off there this minute. We're looking for secret items. I'm sorry. Mario, what a pleasant surprise. One of Frog Fuchsia's grandchildren is running errands in town today. And I haven't seen him though. Oh, you're here to shop? What are you looking for? Maybe to sell some extra mushrooms? Revives an ally. I don't have any of those just yet. Camping set. Restores all HP and FP but cannot be used in battle. That sounds amazing. I'll take one. I assume this coat's for Mallow. Increases attack and defense. Magic defense. Cures a variety of toxins. Poison. I'll take attack, defense, and magic for Mallow in the future, maybe? Oh yeah, the hammer. Let's see. The save's probably gonna be in the inn, huh? Why don't you crash for a while? I'm good. I think. Actually, we probably should. It's not like I'm always sleeping. Alarm clock. The counselor awaits. Mario, there you are. I'll tell the counselor you're here. Cameos is still vanilla? Cameos? I'll wait for you down the hallway. I guess not this one. The princess hasn't returned yet. Can you imagine how the counselor must feel? Link and Samus? Oh, that's what you mean. The cameos, not the cameos. I'm sorry, I misread that one completely. That's funny. Counselor's permission? The Gart Vault of the Vault Guard better not be goofing off while I'm cleaning the room. Nah, he's there. Find Peach's hidden stuff as well? Wait a second. I was gonna be like, why there's more rooms? I'm still standing. Standing here. I'm standing. Anyways. You're Daisy? Mario. I came to visit Peach. Have you seen her? Wait, Bowser got her again? Opera be damned. Bowser got her again? Doesn't he ever learn? Well, here we go again. I'll do what I can to help, so come back to see me, okay? Receive the ice ring. Max flower points increased by 2. Good luck, Mario. Give him 1 from me. The edge of the fire? In her room? This must be a secret that even I don't know of. Wait, what is this? 1/2 ice? Does that mean... Hold on, I'm confused. It does not give us the ice ability. It must give like some mixed stats. If it's not removed, it'll be a funny text. Oh. Let's go see them. Found Peach's question marks. Hey there. What do you think you're doing? I'll give you this in exchange. Just leave everything where it was. Got a refresh room. I feel like, is that not an equipable or usable item? Like, in the old or the remake? I could have swore I feel like I've seen that item equipped in someone's game once, I think. Peaches XXX? Uh-huh. Interesting. Sir, Mario has arrived. Mario, thank goodness you are here. We heard an explosion or something at Bowser's Keep. It was so loud I almost dropped my spores. Excuse me? Where's the princess? She departed for your house hours ago. I fear the worst. Could Bowser somehow behind all of this? Recreation time. This is probably the best part about the old school game. Spores alive. As a kid, I didn't know what that meant. Anyways, you're telling us that Bowser has abducted the princess again? Never mind. It will be up to you to enter the keep and rescue Princess Peach. He's like, it's not your time yet. You don't come into the story just yet. Egad. The keep is unassailable? What awful power is at work here? Mario, her life is in your hands. Please save our dear princess. Mario? I almost forgot. This may not help you, but why don't you take it along? A map. Mario? Forgive me, but I can't stop worrying about the princess. Go to the cellar and prepare for your journey. The vault guard shall assist you. Well, The counselor has filled me in. Telepathy. Come, let me show you around. Help yourself to the treasures. This is a coin. The small ones are worth 1 and the big ones are worth 10. This special coin is worth 100. This is a flower. The more you gather, the more flower points you'll have in battle. Find them. This mushroom will restore your hit points and flower points. Unfortunately, mushrooms you find as items only restore your HP. So beware. What about the other vault? You're standing guard? Wait, we have flower points here too. I know. I wonder where I came up with the name. Come back here. Come back here. Smack. Oh no. That reptile stole my grandpa's coin. Boo hoo hoo. Sniffle. I can't cry. Big boys don't cry. But it's just not fair. What am I gonna do? Wah ha ha. Rain time. Totally not foreshadowing. Rain or shine, I shall fulfill my duty. But man, can he jump. He's the one who stole my wallet. But I let him get away. Rain or shine, I stand watch. But this is getting ridiculous. Yes? Gee, you're soaking wet, aren't you? Yes, I am. All right there. Sorry. There's nothing like a good cry. But why was I crying? There was some reason. Bruh. My grandpa asked me to buy some things for him here. When I walked into town, that croc stopped me. Oh yeah, he took it from me. He stole my coin. I chased him, but he's way too fast. Mario, let's see how you're going to take care of Bowser. Wow, he doesn't stand a chance. Bruh. Wow, you're the Mario? I know all about you. You've got more jump in you than a box of frogs. I'm Mallow, from Tadpole Pond. I'm a frog. Can't you believe it? I can't jump, embarrassing, huh? Uh-huh. How about it, Mario? Will you help me catch that filthy thief? Sure thing. The young frog Mallow, who doesn't look at all like a frog, joins Mario in his quest. No weapon just yet. So one's all defense, but one gives magic. I want magic. This is where I proceed to buy 3 or 4 more of those 10 items. Hey Mallow, what kept you? I was starting to worry. Wait until you hear this, you see? Wait, I've already heard. Old Frog Fuchsius told me. He seems to know everything. Hold on. Listen. The truth of the matter is, well, the coin was stolen. What? Well, if that's the case, I guess we can't trade. What a shame, huh? Oh, but there's no need to worry. Mario here will help us out. Is that so? Well, if Mario's on your team, then you'll have that back in a jiffy, the coin. Not so fast. Take this with you. You'll probably need it. Mario already have a frog coin already. A galaxy coin. The Able Juice. I forget what that does. It's an AoE shroom, isn't it? Yep, it's a party heal. You know I hate to admit it, but I love this job. What are you looking for? Wait, the ice ring is a weapon? Wait, that ain't right. That's probably for all equips. No, I didn't mean to buy that. Give me camping sets. Anyways. Yeah, totally not a weapon. Wait, I can use the coat? I mean, if it's gonna let me equip it, then... Anyway. Yeah, that threw me off. I wonder why. So we have camping kits, 3 camping kits. Magic. What kind of magic do you have, Mallow? Shocker? Oh, you don't have an AoE yet. Mario, I have something to report, sir. I saw him. He's there somewhere. He just zoomed past me a second ago. Did you see him? Did he look something like this? Why, yes. Exactly. He's the one who took my coin. Why didn't you stop him? Because I forgot my bazooka at home. Sheesh. Give me a break here. When I was a kid, I didn't know what a bazooka was. I was like, how old was I when I played this game? Like fucking 6 or 7? Come back here. Har har. Yous mugs will never catch me. A snail could outrun you morons. Later. That's him! Hurry, Mario. Let's get him. I'll remain here on the lookout. That you will. Bandit's Way. There he is. You probably stashed it in that bag. Let's nab him. Are you trying to tell me? Going home to mommy before you get hurt, kid. Luigi, what are you doing here? Hey, bro. What brings you here? A thief stole his frog coin? That's terrible. Sometimes you'll run into regular monsters where the music changes. That's called a mini-boss fight. Cast gun on Croc. They may be hard, but you can get some nice items from them. Oh, did Mario just swing to the side? That's so cool. Glare. Shocker. I have no idea what the timing on that attack is. Hey Violet, how are you doing? Oh, that must be what fear does. Actually, stay still for a second, Luigi. EP and resting? Gotcha. Have you had a good start to your weekend so far? Welcome on in. Minhera. You couldn't jump to save your life, kid. So I guess this is goodbye. Always check everything. Especially in a ROM hack. Does Mallow even do damage? He's not looking too hot. Not really. To be fair, he's got like an eighth of our attack. I'll give him a shroom though. More of a magic user for sure. I don't get the timing on his attack though. I probably won't heal that. I will use a camping set at some point. Blue essence. Is that a key item? Immunity stat. Oh, it's a battle item. Oh, you're a persistent bugger. But I am 100 miles ahead of you. Hey, Gooba. Shroom. Instant depression. Forgot. I'm not sure if that one has timing. You want a femboy up character for 20? Oh, nice. Are they to your likings and everything? They're cute, yeah? Nice. Didn't expect to win it from a singular offer? Sometimes it happens. You just have to try your luck. Or they changed them to bandits over here. Give it up already. That treasure box is tempting, but now's not the time. Level 4. You're gonna be like pure magic. Probably. Level up. It's a lot of damage for a swipe. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's still alive? Bruh. $500 coins? I'll take some more damage. Oh my god, these things are fast. I just want to get back on the thing again. I would like to run away. Oh my god. Stop going after Mallow. Or they come back with like less HP. Weird. The fact that you stand on top of them afterwards is interesting. I don't know what this item is, but I know I want it. Flower point. Dead end? And they just won't give up. I'll just have to hide. There's a speedrunning strat for this, but I never remember what it is. He's gone into hiding. Let's see if I can sneak up behind him and catch him. Mallow just doesn't do much until he gets an AoE. A peace ring? What does that do? Finds inner peace. Prevents fear and provoke. Oh, so then the other one probably reduces the effect of ice. Like elemental resistance. I'm about to put a poison ring on him. They always go after him. Bruh, are you making this easy on me or what? Your eyes are much faster than your feet. At this rate, it'll take you 100 years to catch me. Level 5. Wishing Star! I'll give you some HP too, just because you kind of need it. Hmm. Oh wait, I'm just supposed to wait for him to turn around, huh? 50 years? Mm-hmm. Enough. You got me fair and square. I'll give you back your coin. Whoa, did you really believe me? I was lying. Mute bomb. I think that does more damage than my spells. That was a sick dodge. Poison bomb, that's not good. Why do you have like no accuracy, my dude? Is this crocodile blind? Give me back my coin, or I'll belt ya again. Ouch. I'm gonna pay you back in spades, kid. Go on. Take back your grubby old coin. Adios, amigos. Alright. We got it back. EXP and money. Level 7. I'll take more damage. Level 8. 2. Ice Orb. HP. Level 6. Magic. And more magic. Yeah, we did it! We got back Grandpa's coin. I can finish my errand now. Hey, look at this. That Coco guy left a wallet. Found a wallet. I'm gonna go back to the shop at Mushroom Kingdom. Are you coming? That'd be the easy way out of here. We never did find the mini boss version, but that's okay. Comfy! This looks fun. Also, is it me or does the music sound a little different? Ice Orb. DCK, what is that? Oh, Donkey Kong Country. Yo, that's a lot of damage. The flame ring. Thanks, Mario. I'll continue to stand watch, but now everyone seems suspicious. By the way, look what I found. 300 coins? I'm shaken, but not stirred. Yeah. You know, that does make me thirsty for a pina colada. And I do mean one for each hand. Oh wait, I think it reduces the cost of fire magic by 50%. That or reduces... We'll figure it out. You okay, my man? Excuse me? You want to... What? How can you shop at a time like this? Just take what you want and leave some money behind. Bruh. Got so many refresh rooms. I wanted to sell the mushrooms and buy 2 more of those camping kits. What am I gonna do with all this money in this game? God, that's so much damage. Mario seems to be really susceptible to burn for some reason. That was too darn close, Mario. Thanks for the hand. Hey, that's the wallet from the crocodile swipe from me. Can I have it back? Of course. Thank you so much. Here. I'll give you this as a reward. So go on, take it. A golden apple. A golden apple? What does that do? Permanently raises HP by 50. It's scary outside, so let's play inside. We still have enough stuff. I feel like I should bring even more supplies. Ah, we'll be okay. Oh, he's awake. See? I'm wide awake. You are now. Mallow, at any point you want to learn an AoE, please do so. Oh, it's because Mallow's MDef is high. I forgot about that. We'll get a quick recovery in. Ooh, there's the timing. That's an important one to learn. So you can block spells in this game. Which is important because they do a ton of damage in this game. We can put it off till later. Oh, they're just in a perpetual respawn? Another flame ring. Not so fast, pal. Look at him. Can't even bounce. Hey, maybe we could bounce on his head. No, this is an NTSC game. Oh hey, bro, you're just in time. There's this giant sword in the throne room, so we can't get to the Chancellor. I overheard that he has a powerful attack that will kill you in one hit. Be on guard if he does anything suspicious. Hint, hint. I'll stay here and protect everybody. You take on their boss. Good luck. Those awful creatures have taken over the castle. Please, Mario, you must do something. Take this. It should help you defeat those monsters. The Zap Punch. And more magic. Good luck, Mario. Give him one for me. Zap Punch. Is that an equip? It turns Mario into a magic caster? Wait, what? You may not sleep in the princess's bed. Have you no manners? I'm scared. I'm in danger. I forgot about that thing being there. That was a triple attack? It turns into a quadruple attack? Oh, don't all start spamming fire. I'm glad I learned the timing. That one's timing is actually really difficult, but it does so much damage. So weird. It's like it's like literally Zap Cannon. I'm gonna like this game. That Vault Guard. I came here to save him and he ran to the next room. Well, so much for him. There's stuff in here again? That's a lot of flame rings. Never mind that, guess what I found? It's a gold coin! A gold coin! And it's all mine. Oh. I found this in the cellar. You can have it. The Able Juice. Oh, this room's closed off now. I keep walking into everything. Nice mess. Where do you think everyone went? Well, gang, it looks like we have ourselves a new home. We can bounce all around all day long, and there's no one here who can stand in our way. Yahoo! Let's bounce the night away. Muppets healing up. Not so fast, pal. I could have sworn Mac was red, right? Look at him. Can't even bounce. Hey, maybe we could bounce on his head. Wonder why they're blue? Even the star's blue. Listen up, gang. These guys are gonna put a stop to our party. Are we happy about this? You're asking for it. Oh, you're gonna get it. You picked the wrong people not to bounce with, Bob. How about a fat lip to go with your ugly mustache? This is gonna be fun. Do we have an attack item? Mala, I might need your help. Something tells me I should focus the boss. That's way too many enemies to go through. Or are they all targeting Mallow? Sick evasion, Mario. Do we have anything for resurrection? When did I last save? Oh, Mario, thank goodness you're okay. Please be more careful. So at least you do get a save in. We'll make one more attempt. That went south really fast. I'm convinced that Mallow really doesn't contribute to anything, at least at this point into the thing. So let's put him on like item duty and give him fire resistance and defenses. I thought I saved there. Actually, I'm pretty sure I saved there. Maybe I didn't save there and just healed. Actually, that sounds about right. Level 8. Magic. Still no AoE? Sag. Flame Rain. Actually, hold on. Is he gonna do the cutscene again? Yeah. Let's see, let's use another camping set. That double damage is tempting. If I go for the ads and I get good timing, I can take them out one by one. But as long as Mario doesn't... Oh... I should take out the ads. A good chain of missed timings. I probably shouldn't try taking a risk on that. What does Echo Finder do? Oh, it's a silencer. I can't tell if the thing does the thing or not because he's silent. I'm gonna have to use the able juice. No, not just yet. Yuzuriha, welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, he's about to do the big one. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on, Raiders. How's it going? What are you up to? Hi yo. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it happens to be for you. Welcome on in. How's it going? Oh, that was close. Speedrunning Super Metroid? Oh! Any percent, low percent, ice percent, reverse boss order, any specific category? Hundo, maybe? Hundo is actually my favorite to watch. I tend to watch like Oats and Goats like a lot, but not too big these days. Especially with streaming getting busy and whatnot, but I used to watch them for quite a few years, off and on. Oh, you're doing any percent. Nice. It's a very fun game. Hundo, you're saving for later? Gotcha. Yeah, Hundo's got some interesting techniques though. Oh, are you fucking serious? The timing's so brutal in this ROM hack. Oh, I'm glad that one missed. So the thing has to be straight up whatchamacallit. Thank you for the follow, Tillymorph. How are you doing? RVO is something I'd like to complete one day as a challenge. That'd be pretty cool. You've done the GT Classic occasionally? Interesting. Nice. I'm big on Super Nintendo stuff. Retro in general. It's a fun genre. A lot of memories on this consoles. Good luck. I'll do so. I'll try. But yeah, good luck to the speedruns as well. But yeah, welcome on in. We are doing Super Mario RPG Armageddon, which is a difficulty ROM hack, and it also expands on the content of the base game. So it's a ROM hack of 7 stars. But we're playing the normal hard instead of the masochism difficulty that is also available. I should have stayed in defense mode. Mallow really doesn't do damage here. One bad timing could be really awkward. Ah, that sucked. Harder mode, like a revamp. It's a bit of a revamp, expansion, and difficulty hack. So it does like all 3, but there's an even harder version. But it's insane. So we're opting to do the normal version, which is just a difficulty enhancement modification, and you know. It's like, you know how in Super Metroid a lot of the ROM hacks separate them by category into like vanilla, a little bit harder than vanilla, veteran, impossible? This would be like a veteran difficulty level ROM hack. But it also changes up the story a little bit. It expands some of the areas. It adds new content and adds new spells and stuff like that. Sounds neat. I've thought of doing the ROM hacks for Super Metroid, but only done randomizers. Randos are good. Randos are fun. I've also done combo randomizers with SMZ3. Super Metroid Link to the Past, because I used to run a lot of Link to the Past. Never got too good at the speed run, but I did run a couple of like just normal rando seeds, event seeds, tournament seeds, But I never, like, branched into, like, cross seeds and stuff. That stuff is insane. Door rando, warp dungeon randos, all that stuff would be insane to learn, but one day I'd like to take the time out to learn them. But there's some pretty good Super Metroid ones. We played one not that long ago called Super Junkoid. I think I've also done Vitality. That one was kind of an interesting one. Fuck! This is bad. On the bright side, Mallow's got some really high MDef, otherwise that would have been GG. You have to be a little careful if you're just doing vanilla rando. But more so in SMZ3. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you might get yourself soft-locked. If you don't have Morph Ball in a lot of cases. Seeing the way higher numbers compared to the vanilla boggles, yeah, it gets a bit crazy. Let's go ahead and use Enable here. Soft lock prevention. Yeah, you can customize the seeds a little bit. I forgot about that. SMZ3, I don't think it really gets that option, but the vanilla one should. That's actually a really good thing. That was a shitty punch. The timing is super strict in this one. And I've heard the Masochist mode makes it even harder. We've basically got Mallow, like, geared big time for defense and MDef. Also, they made magic damage from enemies a lot more deadly, but they gave you the ability to defend against them if you get the timing right. So there's a lot of emphasis on good timing. I don't think I ever got that one either. That one would be kind of an insane achievement. Keep on targeting Mallow. Oh, there we go. Impression that this difficulty is due to timed hits with tighter timing or die? Something like that, yeah. There's a lot more of an emphasis on the timing. There's Rosalina. Level 9. Damage. Maybe a bit of HP too. Mallow. Magic. Rosalina, the beloved. Mallow still hasn't learned an AoE. It's the star. I'm blue, dabba dee dabba die. Bruh. Do you sing? Not too big on singing. I've had several people ask about it, but it's rare that we actually do karaoke stuff. Sometimes we drink a little and we might do it in VR chat sessions, but once in a while we might. I'll wait to answer it again after the ads. Let me know when you're back. Twitch be damned. This is not good. This is not good. The mustachioed one is strong. Strong, yes. We must warn the boss. Come on. Gracias. Oh, I mean gracious. Gracious. Oh, it's you, Mario. What a relief. Once again, Mario to the rescue. But, who were those? Counselor. Sir, thank goodness you're alright. Sorry about the ads, it seems that they are done. Welcome on back. I'm not much of a singer, I'll be honest. Once in a while we might do some fun stuff. Sometimes I'll do like a line or two here, because I like to make a lot of corny references and whatnot. But once in a while we might get drunk and like just sing in VR chat nights on the weekends, once a month or something like that. Or on certain special occasions, we'll bring karaoke into the stream. But I wouldn't say I'm too big on them, but we do, fiddle with it here and there. Nothing great though. Thank you for the head pass, Lily. Mario. So it was you who got us through all of this. We owe much to you. 6 in the morning? 7 me, 7 my time. But I mean it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Just like California. First the princess and now this. It's just too much to bear. Mario. 5 for you? See, it's 5 somewhere. Now, how about we ask my grandpa for help? He knows everything. Haven't slept yet? I need to be thinking about sleep too. Been streaming for almost 14 hours. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, hello. My name is Mallow. I'm from the Tadpole Pond. Well, any friend of Mario's is welcome here in Mushroom Kingdom. As I was saying, Mario, you are our only hope. Mario, please. You must rescue the princess now. Mario, I'm in your debt too. Let's head over to Grandpa's place in Tadpole Pond. He can help. Wait, why did I even come to the Mushroom Kingdom in the first place? Guess I'll find out soon enough. He really does have a short-term memory. Could Mac, the sword-like monster who crashed into Mushroom Kingdom, have anything to do with the star piece that Mario found? Hiccups going. Our heroes move on towards the Karo sewers. Karo as in frog. The coin, the shop. All we can do is wait. Do not let us down. Let's go see what Daisy thinks. Standing guard. Standing here, I realize that it's really early in the morning. This room doesn't... Hi? So yeah, that one secret thing doesn't show up there anymore, sadly. The save's gone as well. Could almost feel her presence. I mean, Daisy was here. They are sisters in a way. So we're gonna turn in the coins, save the game, and I'm probably gonna wrap up stream for now, guys. We will continue the timer again on Sunday night, Monday, something like that. I need to take a bit of time off since we've been streaming for, like, you know, without counting the obvious sleep, 7 days straight. And I kind of want to take a bit of a break just for my throat, but also to see everybody in VR chat on the weekends. Because we only meet up like once a week. I missed that last week. So I was just like, well, maybe we'll go 2 weeks. And if we're still going, then we'll take a week. But it's just like, after today and all the technical issues that popped up, I was just kind of like, my stress sensors are starting to peak just a little bit. So I'm just like, well, it wouldn't hurt to take a small break. Just take a day off, start the stream up again on Sunday, and keep on going. I cast a Stickler Torsion. My wife's a femboy. Well, what if I cast Flipendo? Flipendo, Flipendo. Where does it end, though? How are you doing, though? How's femboy doing? Hey, Mallow, what kept you? I was starting to worry. You were cowering in a corner, my sir. Hey, mister. I got my coin back. Weird? Weird? What's going on? Oh, well done, lad. Okay, well, here's the thing that I promised you. Make sure that it doesn't get stolen, eaten, or whatever. Your grandpa needs it, okay? Got a cricket pie. You bet. Mario, thank you so much. Grandpa will be delighted. Do you have a weapon for him? Like, he's really, really weak. We need to get rid of some of these flame rings. We used up a lot of our items. I will take maple shroom just in case. Give me a lot of camping scents because we're gonna need these. Don't know what to do right now? Beer cold, wife hot. Hey, that's a good combination. Throw a party, throw a picnic, or just hey. Maybe you need something lukewarm. Anyways, guys, I think I'm at my limit. That pizza, food coma from a whole pizza, and the mushrooms. But yeah. Friends unavailable? Aw. Wife angry? Oh no. Well, if she gets too hot, that usually leads to, you know, temper going up. Temperature. You know, you might want to cool her down just a little bit. How about you share some of the beer with her? You know? It might cancel one another out just a little bit. Okay, so, guys. Let's keep track of the timer. 49:43. I won't be moving anything, but I do need to make note of the time. On the off chance that it disappears, I'll need to remember to go 49:43? 49:43? 49? 43? And if anything pops up, I'll be sure to add it in and stuff like that. So, forgot her mother's B-Day? Oh! Oh no. I'll be honest, if it's not direct fly me, that would be hard to keep up with. So I should be back on Sunday night. I think so. I've got so much stuff to clean up. Emails, messages. Oh my god. This 1 week has got me behind on it. So I'll need a day to catch up as well as take a break. So, you know, I'll be back though. I will be back. Also, I should probably change my OBS a little bit. Not my OBS. VTube Studio, come here. I just noticed my eyes have been veering more to the left than I thought they were. Things just get weird these days. But yeah, thank you so much for being for me with this past week. We're not done. We are not done by a long shot. But I will be taking just a little bit of time off to rest, recharge, and, my throat has definitely been through one bit of a challenge. I think you guys could tell. So, eyes? I'll play with VTube Studio next time. Eyes are just being so wonky. I'll fix them later. Oh no, I closed the program. Ah, I have to have that to. Guys, I'm sorry. I told you my brain's being silly, tired, and thank you for the hydrate. Good hydrate, delicious water. Come on, VTS. Come back, come back, come back. We're not done yet. Alright, guys. Take it easy. Buenos dias. Good night. Probably not do a raid for now just because I don't know who I was on. But I kind of want to get up, lay down, do things for now and just let my brain rest. Take it easy. So, I'll let my moderators know, let the Discord know, as well as Twitch and Twitter and everybody else. But until then, you guys heard it here first. I'm out for now. The marathon will continue, and I will be back. So until next time, adios, hasta la vista, buenos noches, sleep well, take it easy. Love y'all. Night night.